Okay, so we're working off the same agenda that I previously sent you, Stephanie, and it's one that we've just been updating as we go.
Got it.
I conferred with Jill yesterday because Dr. Schumacher brought to my attention that Jennifer had raised to him some possible consequences of our TA regarding use of temporary current leave days while on inactive status. And so that was something that I thought, wow, we better all be aware of that and talk about that and see if it's, if we're still comfortable with what we did, if we need to tweak it in any way. So Jill and I talked and thought that maybe we should just tackle that as being the first thing on our agenda today. What I've tried to do for the rest of the agenda is just capture everything we have to do to complete negotiations, including some of our outstanding issues. And so our first outstanding issue is one that we've probably nearly completed the discussion on, but I've learned from this over time that it is really good to have time to step back and think and really make sure that no one feels rushed, that we've considered all possibilities. And so we decided to sort of table a final decision on this solution for elementary PLC time issue. I know we have options that we sort of are ready to talk about today and see what we want to do with that. We need to complete NEA-Shawnee Mission 5 regarding supporting our professional employees when they are responding to aggressive student behavior. And then the next things are sort of our annual issues. Am I the problem? Is it me? Okay. So then we have our annual issues, which include our MOU regarding teaching 5 out of 7 and workload for our SPED teachers. And we'll need to talk about that second piece specifically because we've gone to this. If I'm remembering correctly, the reason SPED teachers are included in this is because when we reduced workload of our secondary teachers, then we had SPED teachers coming up and saying, well, what about my workload? I have specific and special considerations. And so we added language to our P&A defining workload for SPED teachers and added some language to our MOU. And now we're trying to make that more all-encompassing. And there's some challenges in that we can talk about, but I do know that Sherry Dummeline has had a multitude of meetings with individual types of SPED teachers to talk about workload issues. And then we've got the other annual issues, which we forgot last year, and we're just sort of last minute like, oh gosh, what do we agree on? But those include the incentive to give early notice of resignation or retirement and leave for personal reason following Super Bowl Sunday. And then we've got some TAs to review. I tentatively put a lunch break after that, but of course it just depends how quickly we move through, just because I thought if we can maybe have our compensation groups meet while we're eating lunch, before lunch, after lunch, that gives people, some groups will move quickly and some will take more time. So, and then we'll have the presentation by our compensation groups, and then talk about the possibility of potentially doing a 2-year P&A on terms and conditions. This was an idea I had that I ran by Jill, and she was like, schools already do this. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. But my thought was, sometimes it's nice to have stability periods, because this takes a lot of time and resources, to have negotiations on the terms and conditions every year, because we're doing this IBB method that's more in depth and involves a lot more time and conversation. But also I feel like there's a lot of changes that happen every year, and sometimes it's good, I think, to just have stability and test things out, see how they're working, before we come back and talk about terms and conditions again. So just something to talk about to see if we want to try and do that this year.
And that's where you would just bargain economics, just stick
Yes.
with terms and conditions as are for 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Separate from that, as you're going through your list, it made me think about, do you have other MOUs in the back of your contract or anywhere that exist that are sunsetting or expiring or they need to be reviewed?
The one on
Other than the
teaching 5 out of 7 is the only one I can think of that's like
Okay.
a year-to-year one that we
okay.
need to bring up.
We talked a little bit last time about the MOU that we had where staff could apply to HR to request 3 days at a time from the Board of Education Sick Leave Assistance Bank for reasons of COVID-related illness. And I think, I didn't rewatch, sometimes I rewatch our sessions just to make sure I know what exactly happened. But I think that we came to a consensus that we were not seeking to renew that MOU, if that's the correct language for that.
So
But that was an MOU that
so
we had.
add it to the list of things we should talk about, hopefully before lunch.
Well, yeah, it's on here, the MOU of 5 out of 7 is on there.
Oh, but the 3 days,
Well, we talked about that last time, and
there's already agreement to not renew it?
I believe so. I don't know if we did thumbs, but we,
People did this? Oh, then we should just do this.
Okay, sure,
At some
sure,
point in the
yeah.
agenda. And then Rachel, did you have anything else? I'm sorry, I jumped in there. After you said the 2-year.
No,
Okay.
I think that's it. And we're here during the normal workday, so if to the extent that we need people, we can always try and go retrieve them. And, if we need to talk to Sherry, we need to talk to Russ. That's a benefit of meeting here, so. So I think the first thing, thank you for being here today, Jennifer, and thank you for being proactive and saying, hey, let me give you some feedback about.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
So the setup is that we had a discussion in our last meeting where the association raised that in particular, when we have professional employees who go on maternity or paternity leave, there is a desire to be able to access all 10 of their current temporary leave days rather than having those prorated. And we asked ourselves the question of, why does the PNA do this? And the only thing that we could come up with was, well, it's assumably that would be something the district had asked for at the time, so that if an employee doesn't come back after their leave, the district is protected and hasn't essentially just gifted those days to them. And then Jennifer raised, well, there are some implications as to other reasons why that language might be in there. So I wanted her to share those so we're all aware of them.
Mike, Can you hear me?
You can sit down if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Yeah, that may be easier for you.
more comfortable.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me. The concern that I have
It's on the
is
bottom.
in regard to,
Just kidding.
am I on? Is in regards to the way that our short-term disability policy is written. And it's written so that if somebody wants to use those benefits or needs those, they have to use all of their accrued time first. And the way it's written there now, it's 1 day per month for the time that they've worked. If we rewrite that, or if you rewrite that and they have them available all 10 days up front, that's what I have to present to short-term disability. So there's the implication that that staff member that paid for that benefit is now going to lose out on, it works out to about a week, that they would lose out on being able to collect a week of short-term disability. They've used all of their time, and now when they come back to work, they don't have any time to use, when in fact they could have saved those days and been paid 100%.
If they had short-term disability.
If they have short-term disability.
Understood.
Right.
Well, they get 70% of their salary, right, with short-term
They do,
disability?
they get 70% of their salary. It's a max out of $1,100 per week. So that is a potential to collect a week of 70% of salary instead of the 100%.
But if they were using their 10 current leave days, they would get 100% of their salary.
They would, absolutely, but they lose out on the opportunity to collect 70% and then 100%
And then have it later.
when they come back from leave. Which is a potentially when you have 1 or 2 days here or there in a check, when you've come back and your child is sick or you need to take a day off, that seems to be a bigger financial burden for the staff member than it would be if it was just spread out for their leave time.
And what I had is staff members that were struggling to plan financially with receiving 70% of their salary with short-term disability and not getting all 10 of their current leave days. And they'd
Right.
already planned ahead for other family members to help out if their child was sick. And so I think it's a difficult thing, because there would be some people that would want to use all 10 of their days, especially if they hadn't even paid into short-term disability benefits.
It's just certainly something to be aware of.
Yeah.
That is, and that's when somebody comes to me and they advise that they're having a child, frequently it's well in advance that they've told me this information, and I provide that to them up front. I tell them exactly how their short-term disability works out in relation to how their pay works out, so they can kind of plan for those things. I've got people now calling me for November, and they're provided that information up front. So it's not something that is like, oh, by the way.
Sure.
We've given them that information.
Right.
I've got two questions.
Sure.
What percentage of this teacher bargaining unit has short-term disability, has opted for it? And then the second thing is, can they still opt in with pre-existing pregnancy?
No,
Okay. I didn't think so.
they can't opt in. As far as the numbers for short-term disability, for this bargaining unit, we have 836.
Out of how many, what's your bargaining unit, Joe?
About 2,200?
Are they
Maybe a little
offered it
less.
only upon orientation new hire, or are they offered every year? Is there any kind of
They
reminder?
are offered it every year during open enrollment. And for our new staff that comes on board, they're able to enroll in it right away.
And I asked Jennifer this earlier yesterday, the cost per month of that benefit, and you gave me the formula
Formula?
that
I know, that's fine, yeah.
there's used, and I think you said there was a maximum amount of like
It tops out at $44 per month.
$44 a month.
Is that solely paid by the employee, or is there an employer
It's
contribution?
100% paid by the employee.
Right.
It's also for short-term disability, it's not a taxable benefit because they pay for it 100% on their own. And when it comes down to paying their taxes, they are not. That's not considered income.
And the 44 is the maximum someone will pay?
It's maximum, yes.
What's the minimum?
Depends on their salary.
Okay. Oh, it's salary based, yeah, because they get
Salary-based.
reimbursed, right?
We could probably figure it out, just take the.
I'm just thinking in terms of
bachelor's.
brainstorming solutions on the interest.
Right.
Yeah, there's only, we're just talking about still just one way to meet that interest. There are probably others. Yes. Well,
Right.
So with that, if we pick that back up, and you may still have more information, others may have more questions, but who had the document we were working on that had the issue statement and our interest?
I have that.
Oh, okay. What other questions do folks have?
I had a question, and I sent it to Rachel, and she did give us a response, or us, me. And I'll put this up here. It was about if there was a way to have language as such that said the staff member going on inactive status could ask to either prorate their days, the current days, or use all 10. And I think you were,
I think if we have a system like that, then they essentially do still have access to 10 days. So I thought every which way, is there a way that we can language around this so that people can have choice? And I'm just.
because they have
At first, when
choice.
Jill sent that, I was like, oh, that's the solution. We just need additional language. And my concern is that if we have something like that, that really that employee still has access to 10 days. And my concern is that we would get a fraud claim back
Right.
on us that.
We'd be lying to the short-term
We were
disability
lying,
carrier.
yes, we'd be lying to the, yeah. So I just don't
I'm
know
trying
how
to-
we can
yeah.
do that with, our system either prorates or it doesn't. And I just don't know how we get around that and let people have the choice.
Maybe, well, shoot.
Jennifer and I had the same conversation that you guys brought up, that they're going to get 100% of their pay for those 10 days rather than only 70% of those 7 days, I think, in that scenario. And her point is well made, and I know why she's making it, that she gets the concern on the back end when the employee comes back and they have no days, and the child in our scenario, inevitably gets sick, and then they don't
And then
have any
you-
days,
yeah.
and they get docked. and
Defeated
so
your
she-
interest statement.
Right, so I don't know if we can control, again, for every single scenario that we're going to find out there. But I'm really glad that Jennifer brought this to our attention, because she deals with it
Every day.
several times
Yes.
a day, right? So,
Oops.
and I think, and it only applies, and not that we want to discourage people from taking short-term disability or anything, but it only applies in this scenario to people who have short-term disability,
Correct.
right?
Right. If
So-
everyone had it, you probably wouldn't have big problems.
And people that won't have their days.
The days they have don't cover the leave. If they have enough days to cover their leave, then they don't.
Then they wouldn't access
they
the
don't
short-term
have
disability
short-term
anyway.
disability.
Right, which is
Right.
exactly what she's saying.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
You're saying that if you give them their time in advance, they're going to exhaust their time, not have it in the future, and could have used short-term disability instead, is what you're saying. Am I
Exactly.
correct?
Well, what
Yes.
she's saying is that if you had enough days banked up because you were banking days for several years, you may not even
Right, then you're not one of
choose
the,
to choose to pay for the
then you're not one of the people that are
benefits.
about your issue statement.
Correct.
Yeah.
Just going to keep you focused.
I think we just wanted to make sure that publicly, people knew that this was a concern from the benefits office.
Correct.
And that if we continue to go down our path, then that's okay, because again, we can't control for every single scenario, but wanted this team to know what the concern was from the benefits office. Or not concern, but maybe concern.
It's a consequence. I just look at it as a consequence
Right.
of changing that we want to make sure everybody is aware of, and that with the information about that consequence, in particular, the association is still comfortable with the TA that we have, that you think that the benefits still outweigh any consequences of it.
Yeah.
And I do think it's I think Stephanie's question makes a lot of sense. How many of our members are using that benefit? We've got 836 out of 2,200.
Well, that's how many have paid for the benefit, not how many are using it, right? Because I think you gave us a number of people that had been on maternity this year.
I just looked at the numbers for maternity because that seems to be the primary people that are questioning
That are using
this.
it.
Right. As far as which numbers?
I think you gave it to us for this year,
I
how many
did.
people had been on maternity and how many of them had utilized.
Yes.
Was it that they actually used their short-term disability, or they just had short-term disability?
They
Do you know
have
what I mean?
short-term disability.
Okay.
I didn't go through and check the exact numbers for each of them.
Okay. So I think you gave us, or you, in an email, you talked about.
I did. So we had roughly 87 staff members that took off for maternity leave. And paternity isn't included because a paternity leave wouldn't access short-term disability.
Oh, right.
68 of those staff
A
members.
paternity
Yeah.
one?
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh about that, but
I get
you're not
that
disabled.
I get that question.
Was the question, was it a
I don't know, dads are really tired.
Does it mean a dad paternity?
Okay, let's not-
Did you say
let's not get
paternity
into
would not be
that.
covered?
Paternity, they wouldn't use because they're not considered disabled.
I'm just
but-
trying to understand the
Yeah.
funniness.
Yeah, which is why I targeted the maternity. But 87 of the staff members that took maternity, 68 of those had short-term disability benefits. Yeah. Yeah.
68 of them had the benefit,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know if you're able to see if they
That would be,
dipped into that or not.
Jill, what are you thinking with that question?
I just was curious if people had been paying for their short-term disability benefit, but then ended up not using it. I had at least one person that didn't realize that the short-term disability benefit, I don't know why they didn't realize it, but only covered you for 6 weeks from the day that you gave birth, or 8 weeks if it's a cesarean. So they happened to already have that many days in their bank and with whatever prorated days they have. So they weren't even able to access their short-term disability because they had to exhaust their leave. So I was just,
and unfortunately, that does happen. We have people
Unfortunately,
that-
yeah.
They have babies during the summer, and
Sure.
they're not scheduled to work.
Oh.
So they're not able to tap into those benefits, or.
I see.
They had a baby 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and it has to be scheduled work weeks. So there's so many different scenarios.
Right.
For when somebody can collect it versus when they're due, that it's just, those numbers are,
right,
it would take a lot.
right. And as far as returning to work and then not having any temporary leave, and I had thought about that because as soon as this was brought up, I thought the reason, or not the reason, a reason why you would prorate your 10 current temporary leave days would would be so that when you returned, you had some to use. And then I was thinking, well, in that sense, it's either I get docked while I'm on leave because I don't have enough days, or I get docked when I return because I need a sick day, right? So
So
I don't know.
while somebody's on leave, payroll figures out how many days they're going to be gone, and they pull that out and they estimate what their checks are going to be while they're gone. So it's less of a hit per se.
'Cause
But
it's
when
stretched out.
somebody has, in a month, let's say they take 2 days off when they come back from leave, and they're docked for those 2 days, that's a significant amount that all of a sudden they maybe didn't budget for, they weren't prepared for, they didn't know what was going to happen. And that's a little bit, while we explain it to them, it's a little bit harder to explain.
Would you share the issue statement, if you don't mind, Jill?
yeah, it's up there on the screen.
How can we ensure adequate leave for personal and family needs? When you scroll down, just to frame and focus, professional employees are allowed 10 full working days as temporary leave. They'll be added to their bank. These days will be prorated, so the full term of their contract on active status. So I want you to hear some of this because you're probably the person that can maybe think of some ideas. Is that okay? Can I ask her to stay for this? Because it seems like,
Yes.
right? So basically, let's go down to the interest. The issue is staff must, staff must decide between financial hardship and taking leave with their newborn at times. And then if you go then to interest, how do we ensure employees have adequate personal leave for family and other sickness? So now the interest behind that, is it further down, Jill? Our interests were physical and mental well-being of teachers, retain current staff, recruit new staff with a good benefit around this, which not to say you don't have good benefit already. There's a financial impact to teachers, a financial loss when they don't have leave time. And the other interest is a policy that encourages responsible use of leave, a sustainable program. Whatever we do needs to be sustainable, affordable. And another interest is avoid teacher burnout from a high amount of absences. I mean, if you provide so much leave at some point, teachers are really going to feel that hit if they're not the person that's on leave.
Yeah.
And then student outcomes, having, a teacher in the class regularly certainly impacts that. But teachers are human beings with families and needs. So here were the solutions we come up with. Possibilities, we haven't decided on anything. Change the sentence in the P&A about the prorated day. In other words, just take proration out altogether. That's what that red highlight would do. Or keep the sentence and change the practice of when you return, it will be retroactive. Your leave will be retroactive if you choose it to be.
Yeah, so that one, and I think that might be something to look at right now, is that when they return to active status, if they had been docked days because they either because they didn't have the short-term disability benefit and they exhausted all their leave, so they had to be docked while they were gone, to look at either having the rest of their 10 days
Go
in
ahead
their
and
bank
put back in
or
upon return.
I think Mike used the term make whole.
So those were the only two ideas we had. We had a couple ideas up there that we knew immediately were not feasible, manageable, or affordable. One was create a sick leave pool where staff would donate their own time. And we said reduce the deduct rate.
We were saying, and I think that we weren't looking at it to be used during maternity leave. But I mean, that would be something that would need to be
Yeah, the idea of a
large
staff
committee
sick,
and a lot of time.
And the staff sick bank, maybe something you guys want to follow up. We took it off here because we said it doesn't meet this issue statement. Because you won't be giving people maternity leave out of it.
Right.
That'd not be feasible. But the idea is not a bad one, it just didn't solve this one.
Sure.
So that's the only reason I think we struck it here, if my memory's right. But we only have two options here.
Right.
So I'm just going to invite everybody again for brainstorm ideas. I don't often add one. I'm going to add one just to get brainstorm going. pay a percentage of short-term disability to incent employees to get it. I'm just going to add it to get things going. Do people have other ideas on what you all may be able to do to ensure that people really do have adequate time for their family leave? Sounds like this centered a lot around maternity leave on this conversation and
But
sickness.
I would suggest we did a lot of work on this the last time, and we got to those two solutions as possibilities. I'm all for considering those two solutions rather than adding new ones.
Okay, if you're
Just my
you're
opinion.
reading the room differently than me.
Yeah.
If you're, I mean,
That's
I don't
just-
know,
no, I'm
I'm
not
just going to be
speaking for the
frank.
room.
I was reading the room that there may not be traction on either one of those. If you think there's traction to be had on either one of those,
Yeah, I agree with Jill. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's what you're suggesting, Jill, but that the other option is still on the table as well, if we don't
this
think.
employee sick pay?
No,
The
that-
second bullet.
Yeah, I still.
And that's what kind of what we first started to talk about, was that once, I understood that when you are inactive, that's why the proration started, right? Because you are not an active employee. But then once you return and you're fulfilling your contract, and you get those days, the rest of your 10 days put back into your bank, could there be a possibility that you are paid for the days that you were docked using the ones you get back when you return?
Yeah.
Does that harm any interest? If you scroll up and look at interest? Sometimes you make a choice to harm an interest, but do it mindfully.
I mean, if they chose to say they got docked 7 days, and when they returned, they got 7 days back, and they used all 7 to make up for those 7 days docked, then they wouldn't have any, so then
Right.
when they took a sick day,
Right.
but I mean,
But it's then controlled by the employee,
Yeah,
right? They're
correct.
making a conscious decision.
right.
From the district perspective, I don't see any downside at all. I mean, it's
Okay.
moderately cumbersome for the payroll department, but
They're fine.
fine with me.
Before we do lose you today, can you, is it Sherry?
You're exactly right.
Jennifer, do you have any thoughts on that second option?
I think the second option does put that control back to the employee. If somebody comes back that last week in May and they've got, a couple of days, then yes, they would have the opportunity to use them versus rolling them over into the next year. So yes, it would be cumbersome for the payroll department, but as long as we provided that clear communication, it should be fine. Either way, their days are their days.
And they'd have to decide within so much time frame upon return, within whatever, 5 days of return, or?
Yeah, I think we could develop some sort of paperwork where,
Yeah, I don't think that would be,
Yeah, it could be pretty
it
easy.
wouldn't be difficult to manage.
Okay, slow talk me through how this works, because
Jennifer, help me. So I think our example was October, right? So they get 3 days and then they go on FML. And if they have short-term disability, they can apply for short-term disability, and you would only report they have 3 days because
Correct.
that's all they have.
Right.
They would get their short-term disability or not. When they come back, when they become active again, we would grant them the remaining 7 days.
If they choose to.
Well, they'd have them.
But they'd have them.
They'd have them, and then there would be some sort of documentation where they would say, I want to retroactively go back and get compensated for any of my dock days, and they could probably choose that I use 5 or 7 or 1 or whatever, or all 7 go into my bank.
Right.
So
That
is
would
it,
certainly be an option.
will they, upon return, when they return, will they be credited the amount of days they would have accrued when they're off, or they would be accredited all?
The rest
The rest.
of the 10.
Oh, anything they didn't have, no matter when they return?
So what is that?
But they have to return.
What does that communication look like when they come back? Is it the expectation of the employee to reach out? Is it
Good question.
with all of the,
I would put that back on them.
I would as well, but I think that's good to clarify and put that
And the
into the
default
writing
would-
if that's the
yeah.
or the route that we go.
Default would be, would just.
Put 'em in
go
your
back-
bank.
But
Yeah.
when they
Okay.
came back, and if someone took off in November, and they only had 2 days available to them, or how many would they have by November?
Well, whatever they had accrued in their sick leave bank from prior years,
Let's say they're a new employee.
and they have none, okay?
If it's a
And
new
so-
employee, by November, how many would they have?
4? Because they get one a month, August, September, October, November.
Okay, so by November, they had to take off time, and then they came back in April. And while they were off, they would accrue how much?
Well, they would just get the
I know,
rest
but
of
how
the
much would
10.
they accrue if when they were off? Not the whole 10?
They don't accrue them, they just get all 10.
But when they're prorated, not your solution, how it works now.
Are you asking if they still get credit for
For-
those days while they're on inactive
Yeah,
status?
no, what I'm saying is, if they choose not to take the money and they just want the time back in their bank, you still want to forward the time they haven't even earned yet, and they're already back?
We
Or
get
would you
10
wait and let them continue to earn that through the end of the year?
So is day 1, when you report, you get all 10. You don't accrue them.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, they're prorated.
Well, they're prorated for that person because they are inactive. Once they're active again, they get the rest of their
We get
10
them back.
immediately.
In your solution.
Just already, that's just
Oh, already.
That's what happens.
That's what happens currently already.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
So if they're active at any point and they finish the year, they will get their 10
If they,
days.
Yeah.
okay, I got you. There are going to be some people that don't choose to take the
Yeah,
money, and they're just going to have more
Maybe.
time to use earlier than they would have otherwise,
yeah, the
correct?
days may be more valuable to them than,
Right.
I don't know, I mean,
Well, especially because it's current temporary leave, they can use those days for personal reasons. So if they came back in February or March and then they had something they needed to do for personal leave, they would still have those available.
Yeah, they're going to accrue earlier than they would have other people do. You're going to give them an even extra early accrual, even if not needed.
They have the ability to use all of they came back in April,
Uh-huh.
and they have 6 days left.
Yeah.
Technically, they can use all 6 days at once.
And any
Under this
employee
solution.
can do this.
No,
but
in general,
any-
that's what our stuff says.
In general, it's that way?
Right
Wow.
now, they can do that.
So when someone comes back, anything that they accrued while they were gone, they get immediately, and anything they're going to accrue in the future, they get immediately,
When we're active.
So,
once you become active. So if you never go out at all, that's a better benefit than people who never go out at all. People who never go out at all don't accrue their stuff early.
no,
Don't accrue.
we don't accrue at all. We just get 10 immediately. So when I
Upon
start.
return.
No,
No. So the only time that
If you get a 10 immediately, then you don't have an issue statement.
Well,
what happens is when we go on for example, maternity leave. I'm not going to speak for other short-term disability things, but for maternity leave, so like I was on maternity leave this year. I didn't have access to those 10 days until I started working.
Right, but you say you get them immediately, but you tell me you don't have access until you return,
Right.
okay? So when you return, you get access to all 10.
Right.
Someone who never if you return by May, the person we were talking about that goes out in November, they return by May, they would have accrued how many more days?
they don't accrue them at all.
so
Proactively given to them. How many more, however you want to talk
The
about it.
rest of their 10.
I think the disconnect is we had a practice that if you went on FML, we didn't follow that you got the 10 days immediately.
Right.
So just a general,
Now you
typical
do.
employee, all of them get it immediately, 10 days. But we had a practice, if you went on FML, you got them prorated until you got back.
Okay, so then every employee right now gets their 10 days up front unless they leave.
That's-
Okay, got you. I thought every employee was getting them prorated as they go.
Oh, no.
And so if you went on leave and you returned, you got them earlier than anybody who never went on leave.
Right.
Okay, misunderstood that.
And it seems like the reason, Jennifer, we were all asking why is it like this? We made the assumption, and I don't know, maybe it was a consideration at some point, that the reason was then the district gives you those days to be used throughout the school year as you need them, and so it was like, well, I can't turn mine on.
No, you're on. It's just very quiet.
I don't know. The reason, thanks. Let's go over here.
Here, hold on.
There we go. The reason we assumed was so that then the district wouldn't, be at a loss essentially if someone did not return. But it turns out that the real reason was probably to prevent disruption or a decrease in short-term disability benefits. And so this special caveat was built in that if you go on inactive status, your days are auto-prorated so that you can access your maximum short-term disability benefit. And what Jill is trying to explain is ideally an employee gets a choice because some may want to just use all their 10 days, some may not, but I think we have an impediment to doing that.
I think another reason for this proration was so that when you return, you weren't out of days. I think it's all three things. I don't know that it's just one.
It's not, but the challenge here, and we're going to be here a long time, because if you think about every single one of the different scenarios, that's the challenge. Because sometimes people's spouses make enough to where they don't need the days, and some people need the days. So it sounds to me like the solution that I think both
Second
sides
bullet.
are looking at is giving the employee the flexibility to utilize those days that are left over, to use them how they would like to use them, correct? Whether that be paid in full for work that they did to go back, to save those days, bank them, get $75 in June, keep those days, use them for mental health days in May, whatever the case may be. But it sounds like the solution we're going to is to give them the option, to give the employee.
Once they return.
Which really is
Which
then-
they would need to contact benefits
Yes.
to let benefits know what their choice is, because if they don't, then those days would go in a bank and they would get an email that we all get at the end of the school year that says, you have these days, you have a choice of banking them or cashing them out.
So the question is, how long do they have to contact payroll or benefits to make?
So I would recommend that they would have until that email comes out. Does that sound reasonable?
The email
So
for
the email
what?
in
The
May?
email that comes back that says you have a choice of banking them or.
Oh,
Oh,
So this
But that
sounds
comes
like
out
this, the
sometimes
way
in
you describe
February.
that solution,
Does
then
that
that's
come
a
in
true
February? I thought it
make-all.
came in like
it's usually
March.
summer.
you have, oh, okay, yeah, you have to make the selection by May 1st, right? If you're gonna.
by May 1st.
Sell them back.
And so
or-
I think May 1st may be a fair date for that person to, even if they've been gone, by May 1st, they need to contact benefits to say what they would like to do with their excess days from their leave that they were
Right.
gone.
What if
But-
they return after May 1st?
But
Then
can
that
they-
would be duly noted. You could probably put some type of
Yeah.
comment. If they got back after May 1st, it would still be their choice. But May 1st.
And they can
would be-
contact early, right?
They can contact any time before May 1st. But if it
Oh,
went,
that's true, like
if
while
it
you're
went
on leave.
into May,
That they
if
do
it
it
went
after.
into May, then they would have to contact before the end of the contract? Is that fair to say? I'm sure we'll run into scenarios with that too that go beyond the contract, but does that put you in a bad spot, Jennifer?
I think that if payroll received information that they wanted to do that prior to them starting the June payroll period, because they do all 3 months at the same time.
Yeah, that's the, they do that rollover.
Right,
They,
as long as they had that information before then,
Would May 1st work, do you think, or?
May 1st would
I
work.
think May 1st would be the deadline because they process May, June, July.
You got it.
Right.
So that might be a good fit. And then the others, if it went into May, that would have to be an individual basis.
So if you are looking at, maybe you're getting traction under solution number 2, the one above it where you would strike the proration language, you would leave that proration language because you still want to prorate for people who just leave the district, correct?
Yes.
And it's already in there, right? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's already, that was what it looked like if you would have struck it.
Yep.
So you really probably are not going to do number 1, if we can take number 1 out, whoever's doing it. Right, you're not going to do
yeah.
number 1 because you do want to prorate for people who leave the district, so you're not going to strike that language.
Sorry.
And then
What
you
is it
can highlight,
called?
if you want, just to make it easier, to highlight your choice you're looking at. Keep the sentence, change the practice when you return, it will be retroactive by choice with notification no later than May 1 to the district.
Rachel, are you catching that? I think Stephanie's right. We want to make sure that the language about proration stays in if they don't return.
So I think we would want, if we are looking at fleshing out number 2 as a solution, to do that as a collective commitment. So we have it memorialized, and again, so that's a clear communication out when we do our summary of negotiations. It's always good to have those documented, so that as people come on and off this team, everybody remembers what the commitment was and we can go back to it.
And it'd probably be equally important for Jennifer to share that information up front when you explain the scenario that you explain daily to people, so.
Yeah, I was say, some of them might know from the day they speak with you what they want to do
Right.
upon returning. Cool.
So when they return, they just kind of make the choice by May 1,
I would
whether or
want
not I
to-
want to be paid for time I've been docked when I was off, or whether or not I want this to go back in my bank. Those are the 2
Right,
choices.
Which probably, we wouldn't want that decision from them until they return.
Yeah, when they return.
Correct.
And then they can't really access it unless they do it sooner than later, right? They won't have access to anything that goes back in their bank until they make the decision for it to go back in their bank. Okay.
Well, I would say that the default is once you return, it's just in your bank, and then you need to let benefits know if you wanted to keep all of them in your
Bank or be
bank,
paid
or if
out.
you want to use some of them to be paid.
Oh, okay.
Were you saying you wouldn't want them to let you know before they return? What if they're returning though after May 1st? Wouldn't they need to let you know before May 1st?
Then we would reach out to them or let them know that.
Okay.
But so many things change from the time that they decide they're going to take leave.
Yes.
Until they actually return.
I agree.
That I wouldn't want to hinder the employee and have them make that decision.
And then want to
until
change.
They've actually returned and they know what they really want to do.
Right.
So Rachel, you're saying this would be a collective commitment, no contract language would change because you want to maintain that prorated language for other situations. It'd be a collective commitment, and then May 1 sounds like an agreeable date, but the details would be worked out by your office.
Absolutely.
In terms of whether it's a form, whether it's an email, whatever.
We would want it in writing.
Would you be able to send me an email, Jennifer, that I can use as a basis for a collective
Great.
commitment that just says this will be our practice?
Absolutely.
And then I can make sure it's in benefits, the way that you.
So wait, I think I was trying to learn how to X out a solution while you guys were talking about this. Are you saying we wouldn't have language for this? It would just be a practice?
Well, we do not have current language in the PMA that talks about what happens afterward.
That's true.
I mean, we could, I mean, I'm trying to think whether we need it, right?
I think you could put it in to say with the options, and the options would be if you return, depending upon the amount of days you have left, you may utilize these days in 3 manners. You can bank them, you can get paid your daily rate for them,
Not your,
or you can utilize those during the current contract year.
Okay, I think is there any reason why we couldn't have that after the sentence that says they're prorated? So when it would say something like when the professional employee goes back on active status.
Or
Correct.
if.
They have 3, when and if, yes, then they have 3 options with regard to
Utilization of
utilization
the
of their
days.
remaining current,
temp leave
of any
days.
remaining
Of
current temporary leave days.
And then
Yes.
clarifying that it sounds like they can do some or all, some,
Yes, They
right?
would have an option, and or, so be and or. Okay.
And so this would be then contractual language we'd need a TA on. But do we want to go ahead and thumbs?
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve the statement as shared.
Second.
Thank you.
Guys,
I will carefully work on a revised TA, that's how I would state it in the joint statement, that it is a revised TA.
Is it-
And I'll probably run it by Jennifer, just to make sure it's stated correctly and share it out, obviously.
and everybody did thumb on this? It's just a good practice, because when it's hard issues, you don't want anybody to say, we didn't thumb, or I didn't thumb, and not have a real consensus. Okay, so we're done with this. Wherever you all are saving your working notes, I guess, when I don't do the notes, those go in somewhere, don't they, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it
Okay.
just.
It auto
Jennifer.
Elementary PLC is what I've titled my notes for the next item. Whenever y'all are ready, I'll screen share it. I think that was the next thing on the agenda, Rachel, was it?
Yes, that's the next thing. I would suggest we take a break after that one. I need a coffee refill. So, did someone leave? Oh, that was Jennifer. Okay, make sure we still have everybody here.
You're kind of being a Stephanie today. I need coffee. I don't know who's in the room.
Being bossy.
Being bossy? Is that what you
I
said?
was born this way. I can't help it.
So, my friend showed me a T-shirt he found online that said, "I'm not bossy. I'm just aggressively helpful."
That's it. That's
good.
good marketing of a personality trait.
Aggressively helpful.
So does somebody want to review where we were and sort of our paths forward?
I can try.
But
All right, so we talked about how the association got some information back from their members, that there were some concerns about the TA that we put together a couple meetings ago as a group. We talked about some potential paths forward, considering that there was some apprehension from, I think mainly or solely from the elementary staff that were surveyed, about adding additional time and kind of what, and we agreed that this is not traditional bargaining, what they would get out of that, I think was maybe a concern. And so we talked about as potential paths forward, sending it back to committee, because that was, I guess, our standard practice of sending it to a collective group that represented the entire district around those issues. So sending it back to committee.
It's Jill. Oh.
Extending the pilot program as it's written right now, or letting it expire. We also talked about, I think, briefly, about trying to edit, either the pilot program or come up with something brand new at this table. But I think there was some discussion about how that wasn't our standard practice, that we would typically send it to committee and not try to do that at this table. I believe I said that whether or not we felt like, or the other one was to push forward. I'm sorry, there was a fourth one.
I got what I'm listed.
Yeah, the other one was to push forward with the TA, because as a group, we thumbed it, we thought it was good, and if we felt that way, that the good outweighed any potential negatives that there was enough good in the solution to move forward, and to hope that the whole P&A that we presented to the bargaining unit and to the Board of Education was positive enough that we would get ratification by both of our representative bodies. So I think those were 4. I threw out the idea at the end that, is it worth it? If we have some disgruntled employees, whether or not we thought, it was a good solution or not. And then, I'm trying to summarize, guys.
No,
I think I'm doing a pretty decent job. Then we decided to table it because, again, someone threw out, I think, Dr. Gilhouse. We've been talking about this for 3 or 4 years. We continue to work on a solution. This solution met a number of issues that both the district and the association brought forward. And somebody threw out, it may have been me or Dr. Gilhouse or somebody else, that, considering the compensation, potential compensation that's on the table, that this may be the year to get this done. So I think that's.
I need to
did I miss
find
anything?
I feel like we had
I have
something
none.
else.
I have them.
Oh,
I
well
just
then you
can't share
should.
when you share.
Okay.
And
sorry.
I'm not sure if I can share just by plugging in, Jill.
You can,
Okay.
I think.
I mean, my notes are basically the issues and concerns that were brought up, which you noted, Mike, the issues and concerns were brought up. I've got the details. And then I think the 4 options you said are what's on my notes.
Okay.
But I don't remember our guy's name. Usually.
Jordan.
Jordan, can you help me share? I'm plugged in. And usually Clayton
Because
comes
she
and
doesn't
does
have, she
something.
doesn't have a Mac.
And I'm not on, yeah. Oh, you know what? Sometimes I have to disconnect from my hotspot. Okay.
Really high maintenance, Jordan.
All right. If we haven't scared you yet.
Just be able to plug in.
Okay, I kind of did. Let me unplug and replug. I can also send it
Nobody
to
now.
No one
Jill.
right now.
If I can't connect Jill, I'll email it to you. Okay.
Wouldn't you have to change the source from AirPlay to something else?
Computer one.
Amateur
My
tech guy.
Computer
settings are
one.
right.
I turned on a
display is
DVD
further
player
down.
yesterday. I know, my kids
I
are
have
like,
to
"What are
scroll
you
down
doing?"
to it usually.
It's like, stop.
I want to go buy a
PC, I didn't think I had to kick.
so I can relive my childhood. No, but
5
VHS
days?
tapes I have.
Even 5 days, just like a year or something.
3?
Okay.
You should get a DVD.
Okay, so while
That way you can utilize both.
while Jordan's doing that, the issues and concerns were the bargaining unit misunderstood a lot of it, the perception about morning meetings taking instructional minutes, childcare for teachers on both ends of the day, that there was maybe not enough notice to make those arrangements, but also an issue with the cost of those arrangements. There were concerns about the buddy system, particularly around space for that, and possible concerns about subs being able to manage that. There were concerns around losing flexibility with early/late with teachers staying early or late on their own right now, that it would be more of a sacrifice when they do that if the hours change. Did I capture that right? Because you kind of tried to help explain it. And then there may be, we ended up summarizing this at the end of the very discussion. Is this a reflection of an overall lack of buy-in regarding PLCs at an elementary level? So those were the concerns that came up. And yes, I have the 4 possible solutions at this point. Send back to committee with these concerns and have the committee look at a new way or even a previous option, including late start, and bring it back again next year. Number 2, implement the plan in 24-25 school year, meaning, well, no, that 23-24 with more education. Implement in 24-25, a year later with more education. Remember, the year later was because of daycare. Or extend the pilot or let the pilot sunset. Those may have to be done in combination with the previous 3. So there were actually 5 options. Implement now, implement in a year, don't implement, and then extend the pilot or let it sunset. Because we had that caveat of, could you do it later because of daycare?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable with the second one where you said implement it for the 23-24 year, because there were so many elementary staff that were not in favor of it. And I know that it could still be ratified with secondary voting yes, but I feel like that pits the 2 levels against each other. And I just really wouldn't want to alienate that part of our bargaining unit. And I know that there's the staff that talk about how secondary has an 8-hour day. I know we do, but we also get, secondary middle school gets 235 minutes of plan per week, plus an hour of PLC on Thursdays. High school gets 240 minutes of plan time per week, plus at least an hour of PLC on Thursday. Right now, elementary has, 230 minutes of plan per week, and then their PLC time either happens during their plan or on a Tuesday after school during staff meetings. So I understand they're teaching they're reporting for 7 hours and 40 minutes, but they're also have less time in their contract day that's dedicated to PLC and plan. So I don't know.
And Jill, I appreciate you saying that, and I agree. Teaching's super hard, and there are a lot of I don't know, advantages, but differences between the levels. But just in fairness, we did, the committee, our committee did try to address a lot of those concerns too.
Oh, I am sharing.
We did.
I've already sent it to John.
We did.
Yeah, and so with our plan, just so it's out there, again, they would get another 20 minutes a plan a week.
I'll go ahead and share.
They would get that guaranteed PLC time that the high schools are now getting. We would all get the additional staff days, first and second semester, more professional learning time. The staff meeting times back that, the elementary, I think across the board are saying that are valuable in building community and having those touch points.
And some that like just having 2 a month, but.
I agree. I'll just throw out there, again, I think there's some advantage for us to there's value in us considering moving forward, given the fact that we met the needs of a lot of different issues. And I don't know when we're going to be better positioned to get all that done than we have right now.
It's a tough issue because, we need to do this for elementary teachers. And what we're trying to do is give them consistent PLC time. And we know they want that. And we're dealing with a defined, limited amount of time. And so to create time, that's what we have to do. We have to add time. I wonder, I just keep thinking, here we are, we're a massive school district, we're such a large organization, and it is difficult to make changes. We are always going to have people that do not disagree, or that disagree, that do not like it. And so, I don't know, I feel like we're at this place where we tried the best thinking that we had last year, and it got raised as an issue again this year because people did not think that it met all the needs. Something else we could consider doing is, we did our last attempt as a pilot program because we didn't know if it would work, we didn't know if people would like it. I don't think we got positive enough feedback, or we wouldn't have raised it as an issue again this year. We would just be looking at making the pilot program a permanent solution. We could do a pilot program again. We could agree to come back next year and.
Rachel, are you saying with the new plan?
Yeah, that's the only other thing I'm thinking about is maybe it's like broccoli. You don't know if you like it till you've tried it and then you see all the health benefits of it. Like, I don't know. That would be the other thing that I would think about.
So I think I've heard you add 2 extra solutions. Make the current pilot permanent, be done talking about this, or make the new plan a pilot.
Make the new plan a pilot program, and it could be, again, we have all the choice in the world, so we could say, we're gonna come back and talk about this next year no matter what, even if we have a 2-year agreement. So I don't know if it's something that, we're never gonna know if it works unless we've actually walked people through it and let them try it. There's consequences for secondary as well if we do this.
And that's what I would continue to say about late start, was that we'll never know if it works or how many kids will show up unless we do it. But there was still kind of the, pushback because of the supervision. So, I mean, besides the large number of elementary staff that were not in favor of going to an 8-hour day, even with all of the things that I presented to them that we were going to be gaining from it, I struggle with the plan for the PLC with an ABCD schedule of a rotation.
I would say the ABCD is probably not going to be the best beneficial for teachers. And I think
And there's concerns in there.
the last concerns that we heard was that's a lot of kids, especially for the substitute. First thing in the morning, you're going to be walking into 50 kids and you're not going to know that.
In a small space.
So if it was, my choice would be elementary late start.
Well, on the walking into 50 kids, can you keep some of the current plan and not do that? Or no? The current plan relies on that, doesn't it?
The current.
I mean, not current, the current one you're considering.
With the rotation.
We had the rotation and we had the late start, so we had the 2 different options for it.
But where we guys thought you were with the committee? The committee's most recent recommendation where you thought you were going to go forward and then we got feedback. On the committee's most recent recommendation where you thought you were going to go forward until you got feedback, does that one rely on 50 kids in the classroom in the morning? Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
There would be.
There's
yes.
no way to do it without that.
Not how long, 20 minutes?
Well, it kind of depends on when the school day would start. If it started at 8:05, it would need to go till
8:25.
that or, yeah.
When was it going to start when you thought you were going to implement this plan? What was the start time when you thought you were going to implement this plan?
I don't know that we officially decided on one start time.
We did not. We were,
That's
I
the
talked
superintendent's,
I
yeah.
talked to Dr. Hubbard about it. There was probably more lean towards 5 and 5, 5 at the front, 5 at the back, which would be probably the less.
8:05.
So then how many-
The least impactful.
So then for how long would you have the 50 kids in one room?
20, 25 minutes.
Well, they would be, if the school day started at 8:05, we would want to let them into the room 10 minutes prior to that. Isn't that what you guys do now? Mm-hmm. So it'd be 7:55 to 8:25.
The sub is
That's
having to teach
30
content in that
minutes.
first.
No, it would be
The subs just
a
have to
morning
manage the
meeting.
kids in the first 30. Because that was an issue you guys keep coming back to, is that's too many kids in a room for a sub.
And that was raised
Or just a
during
regular person.
during our subcommittee too. I know for a fact I raised that concern of that many kids in a classroom.
They'd have one sub or 2?
There would be one
But
teacher in
isn't it
there.
because 2 teachers are gone?
No, there's only going to be one teacher no matter what.
Because the other one is PLCing. The other one's just meeting with their PLC.
Right, but why wouldn't you have a sub for both those teachers?
Kindergarten
if they're both
teachers would
out?
send their classes to first grade.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The
Why
other
wouldn't there be
sub
2
would
subs in the
PLC.
class?
Well,
Because you're
there-
got 2 teachers absent from the
Well,
class.
there's 2 teachers, but one is PLCing.
Right, gotcha.
The other one is in charge.
Oh, so you do have a teacher in charge with a sub for 50 kids?
There's
No.
no sub.
No.
Oh, then what was the concern about subs being with a large group?
If you were to have a substitute that day and you were the person that was going to be in charge of both classes,
That is
that
Oh, I
substitute
got
would be
you.
in
So
charge of both
the
classes.
sub would be in charge for the teacher who's usually in charge when the other teacher's PLCing.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm
That's
behind.
okay.
I need to just quit asking questions. I slow you down.
No, you're
So can you guys help me, put me in the shoes of an elementary school teacher, because I'm just trying to think about what it would actually look like. And in my mind, I feel like I could think of systems about how to handle 2 classes of kids, you know, for 20, 25 minutes. The thought of being in a gymnasium with like potentially that many kids, or it'd have to be a large space or 2 large spaces, the gym and the library, like that is anxiety inducing to me.
You don't get the sweatshirt then. You don't get the bossy sweatshirt.
I know, I don't get the bossy sweatshirt. It's like, what, really, truly, like what does that look like? I asked my son's 3rd grade teacher and she's like, you give them a spot on the ground, you give them a book and you tell them to read. Like, is that possible? Can you do that? Like that's.
I mean,
Older kids, yeah.
yeah, older kids, yes. When you're thinking of primary grades, no.
Not for 30 minutes.
Not for 30 minutes. In a kindergarten classroom, whenever I'm lesson planning, I'm thinking about 10 and 15-minute chunks max.
I was gonna say, you only get their attention for however old they are per minute.
Well, and I had thought too, like if we didn't do the ABCD day thing, like I could do kindergarten through 2nd grade on one day, and we would go to the gym and have a morning meeting assembly. And then on another day, I would do 3rd through 6th. They would PLC, myself and others would be in the gym doing a morning meeting assembly. And I could do it that way. That way, one, we're still using that time to teach SEL standards, and it's a way for us not to have 50 kids in one classroom. But that's me. I'm not sure how that would look for all the 33 other schools.
Were there elementary teachers that were on this committee that came up with this?
Yeah, my thing that I don't still, I guess, even when we're talking about this, that I don't understand, because my same thing, which I think it must just be these.
It's
ones,
on.
They're not very loud.
They're just
I
not
know,
very loud.
They're just not very loud. The thing that I still, I guess I'm not understanding either is the same thing as Rachel. Like, it gives me a lot of anxiety to have to monitor like 5th and 6th graders in a big space. But for me, I think it would be manageable to have the 50 kids in my class, because it's kids that I know or are going to know because they're going to be my students. So, and I also think that there's a little bit of confusion, because if we were having the big group in the cafeteria and we could do like clubs where the kids were choosing an option of something they wanted to do, as compared to putting them on an iPad or having them read. So that's why I think we just need more education around it, because even me serving on the committee, I'm still kind of confused about what it's going to look like for both options now. Like you're saying, do K through 2nd, but then is that a late start? Are we late starting K to 2nd, or were we still doing the ABCD? So as we're talking about it, I'm still kind of confused.
How would you do it, Christy? What would it look like as for example?
I would do like on Tuesdays K2, Thursdays 3-6, and then figure out when my specials could meet with like the whole district, because they are, content specific. And then SPED would probably be the same day as specials. But like I said, that works for my building, but my building's much smaller than, like a Brookwood or Brookridge.
So is that a late start, or we're doing, that's what I'm confused about. So
No, it would still be it'd have to be if we started at 7:40.
So we would start at 7:40 for 2 days then?
No, that would just be the start time all the time, correct?
But instead of, I think what she's saying is that the format for hers would be different. So the concern is, I'm just gonna talk really loud, which I'm really good at. The concern is, how am I gonna have all these kids in my classroom? What if I have a really small classroom, because we know our classroom sizes vary, is that we need our school leaders, we would have to have our school leaders help with that, right? So they would have to be helping those teachers to come up with a workable solution that takes pressure off of them and that provides activities for that time that's appropriate for that school, which could include everybody's going to the gym for SEL activities or other things.
So are you saying, instead of doing the rotation, an ABCD rotation, every Wednesday you would have I just picked a day. Wednesday, K through 2 teachers, your PLCing, your students are gonna be in the gym. Thursday, 3 through 6 students, your teachers are PLCing, you're gonna be in the gym.
Yes.
So K through 2, so 3 through 6 would go to their classroom like normal on Wednesdays. K through 2 would go to their classrooms like normal on Thursdays.
And when the students get to the building and they're dropped off, they would not go to their classroom if it was their teacher's day to PLC? They would,
Well, I think most elementaries probably, if
Yeah,
they
we do
get
that.
dropped early,
Do that
they go to the
anyway?
gym anyways,
Anyway.
but they would only release 3 through 6 to their classrooms. K through 2 would stay to do a morning meeting or an activity.
can you scroll into the
Something.
concerns? I think there's still the concern of, if we were to extend their contract, the childcare and making sure that they're able to get childcare for their own children before and after school, because now they're unable to drop off and pick up.
Before we move to that, I do have just a few concerns with that other plan of putting the kids in the gym. And I'm more advocating for my students right now than the bargaining unit.
It's okay.
But I'm just thinking about my kindergartners, and I'm thinking about first graders. And even to this day, they would struggle with that, I think, just emotionally. I can see a lot of kids with that change, anxieties coming. I'm not sure, I'm trying to clearly explain this and I'm struggling. More just, they have a trusted adult, even though all teachers in there are certified staff members. Hopefully they've seen them around the building. But when you're that young, you're so used to one adult, or maybe 2 to 3 adults of the teachers on that team, that now having to sit in a gym without that adult somewhere around could be anxiety inducing for those kids. And not all kids, but a decent amount of kids. I can see a lot of tears, a lot of kids just not understanding what's going on.
It's because that's different than going to specials, because they go straight there in the morning instead of their classroom on those days?
Partly that, and they're also, it's more, so help me understand who's in the gym with the kids. That's what I think I need a little bit of clarity on. Who's in the gym with the kids during the PLC time, or the cafeteria, or wherever under that plan?
Well, who's in the gym with the kids when they get dropped off early now?
Educational aides.
Aides?
In ours, it's one from each grade level.
So it's
it
not
would be a
it's not their
kindergarten.
teacher that's with them in the morning when they're dropped off?
No.
It's an educational aide
No,
who they may or may not know.
right.
Right, and again, I'm thinking building specific because that's what I know. I know in my building, it's not a large portion of kids that are getting dropped off. It's primarily before 7:50 or 8. It's primarily kids eating breakfast.
And I can say at my building, kindergarten, at the beginning of the year, our plan was for kindergarten to go to the gym. That did not work out, so all of kindergarten goes to their individual classroom, so I can relate to that, because we did try putting them in the gym at the beginning of the year, and it did not work out, so they had to go each to their separate classrooms. And then for everybody else, one teacher from their grade level is in there, and they do a rotation. So they still are with a first grade teacher, a second grade teacher.
Why did it not work out?
I think because same thing, like a lot of the crying, the kids not wanting to come into the building because they weren't getting to be with their teacher, unfortunately.
I mean, best example I can give is we had an assembly last week and I still had kids because it was a change crying. And we're almost done with the school year. It's just kind of life of kindergarten.
Well, I think that's true for more than just kindergarten, but that's also kids, right? Like, and I think we figure out how to work through those situations.
It's about 1:15. I think we said we were going to take a break before this topic. Is it an okay time now to do 15 minutes and come back into this conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So we'd be coming back at 10, no later than.
Yes.
We're ready. Okay, we're picking back up, and does anyone have a suggestion on where we go from here? I'm a little worried that we're like trying
Spinning
to
our
act as
wheels.
the subcommittee in here. Which I opened up because I asked the question of what's it, tell me this through an elementary teacher's eyes and experience.
I think I can kind of tell where people are leaning, but it seems like I'm talking a lot, you're talking a lot, Jill's talking a lot. I mean, does anyone else have any?
I mean, and so the other thing that I think we just need to address, and Jill was about to bring this up, is the childcare on both ends is a pretty major concern right now. And again, I don't want to pit levels against each other, but as of right now, secondary, either, I forget the order, middle would just have to figure out the care
After
before,
school.
after, high school would just be before, after. And then elementary would then be in that unique position where we would have to figure out childcare on both ends.
So would we recommend a solution? We've certainly talked about issues and concerns, and from, if I can say, reading the room, as you used earlier, Stephanie, I don't see any way that there's going to be a thumbs vote up on this, as it currently was. So I guess my question is, what would be the recommended solutions to move forward from this? Because there's an old phrase, if the horse is dead, you don't buy a new whip. So or you don't look for a new jockey. I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
That's not any better.
You're saying that you don't feel there's going to be traction for number 2 or 3, which is implement now or implement in a year?
I can't speak for in a year. The comment on more education or continue to, I hate to say continue because we'd be looking at almost year 4 of this. I think we've kind of stated our case. We think it's a pretty good idea or a suggestion that elementary has asked for a while with getting the only way we could get the designated PLC time. So I guess I'm looking for, I don't want to say a quick fix, but if it's not going to be a long-term, what would some possible solutions be for this group?
I would suggest 1 and 5. So
Send back
extend
to
the
committee
pilot
and let the pilot
and with sending back to the committee, I agree that sooner, like starting, September, getting more feedback early on from the people it's going to affect to make sure that it would be a supported solution that they would vote for and ratify. Typically, we have a lot more elementary teachers that vote on the agreement when we put it out there. I'm not sure why, and so that's why I was worried about number 2 being actually ratifiable. But like I said, if we send it back to the committee and get more feedback as a whole IBB team where we agree on what we're going to ask the elementary teachers, so that when we come to the table, we are confident that, yes, this is going to be perceived well, people are going to buy into it, they're going to want to do it.
So what is your plan for that so you have a plan for next year?
So number 5 was extend the pilot, which we got a lot of feedback that people said, it's working for us right now, it's not ideal that we have to spend one of our planned times per week PLCing, but that's going to work better for them than what we had presented with, like the rotation of PLCs. So I got a lot of feedback that they liked the option to PLC 1 day a week during their plan time and then have a reduced number of staff meetings. But I do know there are I'm sure Christy talked about it, there are other buildings that were kind of missing those staff meetings. But I think, I don't know, for my view, I would like to extend the pilot and send back to the committee with concerns.
If we went that route, and this is going outside of what I suggested, so I fully recognize that, what are people's thoughts of editing the current pilot to reduce it to less than 4 options, to try to make it a little more streamlined, a little more consistent, right? That's what we wanted. We wanted consistency in the plan.
That's something I would like to see happen is maybe just 2 choices instead of
Right.
4.
And that was my question. Are we currently utilizing all 4 options across the district, Dr. Schumacher?
To some extent, but I don't know the exact numbers. I'm trying to get them. All of them are being used to some extent, but one of them super low. I don't even remember which one it was.
I think that this team envisioned that if we were going to have the pilot program be our permanent solution, that we would take data and look at the most popular options and narrow it down. I think it behooves us, if we are in the future, to be at a place where we're picking between this, giving up plan time versus finding, doing a longer day, so we have time within the contract day, to have the pilot program be as close to what it would be if it is a permanent solution. And my memory is that we were going to look at the data and say, what were our most popular options? And I know when I did site visits this year, every single principal I talked to, every single staff member, there was 2 that were the most commonly used.
So
What were those?
Sorry.
I want to say one.
Option
One
A
and four.
is the majority, and then the other option that has PLC during plan. So, can we pull it up?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have it?
Yeah, I've heard from staff that did option 4, where every week they would spend 20 minutes of one of their plan times for PLC, and then every other week they would PLC in place of a staff meeting. I had a few different groups that said they PLC like with their 6th grade teachers, colleagues, but then they would also include other 6th grades in their attendance area, and they would do that on the Tuesday afternoon in place of a staff meeting because they were able to WebEx with all the 6th grade, teachers, so that's number 4. Do we have to change the input?
TVs went blank.
It actually made the agreement more colorful. Well, because it was
With all the options.
yeah. See? There you go. Oh, I should pull it on my end too. You want to describe?
So one is the one that the majority are using.
Right. And that's where, if you see, I know it says 45 minutes and 40 minutes, but they're pretty much using their entire plan. So it's really like a 50-minute PLC every week during their plan time. And then every other week, they get that time back by not having a staff meeting.
What's the other one, option 4?
I thought it was this one where, see how every week they're doing 20 minutes during some plan every week, but then every other week they're doing 45 minutes of PLC during their staff meeting time.
Is that right?
I'm still working on it.
Okay.
We're crunching the numbers or looking.
So again, I think my memory is when we talked about this is we need to gather data. We need to spend this time thinking, seeing which of these 4 options is the most popular. And I think there was 2 primary ones in it. So I think the possible solution we're looking at now would be to continue the pilot program, but narrow down the options, plus have that subcommittee continue to meet next year to talk through these things and see if there's some other magical solution that creates less concerns and still achieves what we're looking for. And then what we would need to talk about is timeline. If it's something where we want to make sure, if we do end up doing a 2-year on the terms and conditions, I think we could still have the pilot program go 2 years, but just mutually agree that we're gonna negotiate that specific issue so that we don't automatically have to and it doesn't expire if we need it to continue. That's probably how I would recommend doing it, because we can always by mutual agreement say we're gonna meet on an issue and negotiate it, so that's.
You mean in less than 2 years?
Yes,
Okay.
so that's what I would suggest doing so that we're protected and that time is protected if no better solution is come up with, and we don't want to meet and talk about it. So what I would say is if we end up doing a 2-year on terms and conditions, I would keep the pilot program as well for 2 years and have it match that time frame.
And
If
is,
we don't, then it would be a 1 year, just like it has been.
is the reason we're looking to narrow down the options for the current pilot program just to get people to be able to more vertically PLC?
And I think probably the district's concerned about being consistent.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I was just saying, if all the options are working for different people, I just,
Right.
why change it? But I
Well,
also
and-
understand consistency,
Yeah.
so.
Well, and then vertical could also mean vertical within the elementary building.
Right.
That's kind of what Christy was talking about, right? Like if you were taught 3rd grade, you could talk to the 2nd grade teachers and the 4th grade teachers.
Looks like it's,
But that would only be possible, that wouldn't be possible under option 1, just because.
Unless they all have the same PLC time, which they don't.
Which they don't,
During
yeah.
plan, I mean. Same
Right,
plan
yeah,
time.
so I don't
Right.
think that would be met with option 1.
So when this was, these options were first brought about, wasn't it last year? And wasn't there a survey sent to staff saying which one? And that was the one that was going to be chosen, but then as a IBB team, you decided to go with all 4 options?
something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So
so-
what option was chosen?
So option
They have a choice each
4 had
quarter.
the most, but option 1 and 2 together was more than option 4.
And do we have,
When we surveyed before we even
Yeah.
like implemented it.
Mike, you're working to see what schools are doing what?
Yeah, and I don't know which survey I'm looking at.
That's interesting.
So.
If 4 was most
I don't wanna
chosen, but
give
it's
you
not the one that's being
misinformation.
most used.
How can I tell
Well,
this?
then, once we started implementing it, I think buildings kind of had met with their BLTs and their teachers and
Yeah.
said, could we all agree to go to this one option? Some buildings did,
Yeah, no, we didn't.
not yours, okay.
I think every building's kind of doing it different, because some buildings pick one option as the whole building, and then other buildings can go, like, have people on all 4
Right,
different
that's,
ones.
yeah. And I think that's where it's not consistent.
Yeah, I have 3 options happening at my building, 3 different ones.
And I would also say, as a specialist, it's hard to remember, like, I would like it if we had our special meeting, like, the same day, like, same week. And also, if we would have our staff meetings, like, if it was consistent, if it was like the 2nd and 4th, because I think that is also kind of made it an issue, because sometimes it changes based off of like holidays and stuff. So then you're like, oh, but shouldn't we have a staff meeting this week? But then it isn't because it's changed. So if it was like consistently, like you knew it's the 2nd and 4th, or the 1st and 3rd, I know that's
Well,
hard,
so they
and I
did
know.
put out a calendar
Yeah.
early on, so they already knew.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it wasn't always the 1st and 3rd or the 2nd and
Yes,
4th
that's-
Tuesdays, but at least they had a
Yeah,
calendar.
yes, I know.
Okay, so
I think people liked that consistency.
most chose option 1 and option 2.
If you put them together.
That's not how I'm reading it this year.
Oh,
mean
I'm
what
so
they're
sorry.
doing,
I
what
thought you
they're
were talking
doing.
about when we first surveyed back
Yeah,
in.
currently, most people are choosing option 1 and 1 or 2.
Right.
And then the third highest is 4 at 17%.
Oh, so 4 is still 3rd highest. And is there any group doing 3?
Yeah, I think it's a sliver.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, what'd you say about 4 again?
14%,
And what percentage of option 1?
or 17%. I don't know why I said 14. I'm trying to get it. Can you give me totals for all?
So is there a possibility that a viable suggestion might be that we would eliminate 3 and 4 and just go with option 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Question mark.
I think that's the solution we're talking about now, as long as we've confirmed that it's 1 and 2 that are the most popular.
That's what they're saying, but I want to get a percentage so we have it out there.
And yeah, sorry, when I was talking about option 4 being popular, it was because we did a survey in April of last year, before we implemented it. And that survey had number 4 being the most popular, but they hadn't done it yet.
That's right. I was just looking at that survey, and you're right.
There were some schools where it was like chosen by 90% of them, but then now that we've actually enacted it,
1 and 2 is coming.
I think it's super interesting. Back when we did that, 4 was at 46.6%, now it's at 17.
That is interesting.
perhaps they chose to PLC during the day as opposed to waiting and doing that after school on a Tuesday. And they found value in that.
I'm going to plug back in.
I mean, probably like we learned that group meetings are really hard mentally at the end of the day to be productive, I bet. And that's the same experience for elementary teachers.
Going back to Dr. Schumacher's first initial statement on this issue, it's my opinion, my perception that around some of the conversations that we've had, just around educating our teachers on how this new proposal might work with professional learning communities, the additional instructional time, the additional minutes of the workday. It's my perception that a lot of those teachers that may have surveyed negatively probably don't understand a lot about the proposal itself, and once they get into it, may have a very different perception of what PLCs are and what the additional instructional time, additional plan time could get them.
So that year to continue working, educating, and perhaps having a team that works on exactly what that time looks like, because just here we've heard lots of different ideas about how to do it in a successful way. But I know there's considerations based on the age of the students, based on individual schools.
And then just to remind us all of what option 1 and 2 are. Option 1, you'd be PLCing during your planned time once a week, every week. Option 2, the week that you don't have a staff meeting, you would PLC after school in place of the staff meeting. But the weeks that you do have staff meetings, you would PLC during one of your planned times that week. That does leave open where I had some staff that were saying, we like to have PLC during a staff meeting every other week because we are able to meet with other, teachers in other buildings because we are all not having a staff meeting. So we're all available, at that time. So, I don't see an issue with having options 1 and 2 on the pilot.
I think it makes sense to have that experience and to start getting feedback on that as the committee continues to work.
Yeah.
Well, then,
I agree.
I've got a question about that then, Rachel. If you look at number 1, send back to committee with the concerns, look at a new way or previous options. Previous options may include the one you guys almost implemented this year, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps with
And
refinement.
then extend the pilot, narrowing the options perhaps by eliminating 3 and 4, and then decide if you want to meet on and negotiate in 1 year or 2 on this situation.
Yeah.
And then, in the meantime, better teacher education on PLC, but you said something else. The PLC, did you say something else, teachers, or is
More
it around this
buy-in.
plan?
To get more buy-in, yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily, it's my perception that I'm not sure that a lot of the teachers that were surveyed really understand all the different tenets of the plan and the pieces of how it would work. And I think the negative perception of the plan is because they don't understand all the pieces of the plan.
Well, then, is that something that needs to be done or coincide with the committee's work?
Yes.
So that, okay.
Correct.
Again, because we tried as much as we could. We had WebEx meetings, 2 different WebEx meetings that lasted an hour and a half, where we went over and over and over all the things they were going to gain. And same thing, whenever someone would email me, you guys know it, my email would be like 5 paragraphs long to explain we're going to get this, 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 and this, and I would still get negative feedback. So, but I do agree that
I would.
I didn't reach everybody, right?
Five paragraphs, I bet half got through them.
Well, I like to highlight things and underline to make sure you see.
Last time we
But
talked
anyway,
about.
I agree, you don't want to read it all.
Maybe the committee can use better technology about
Sure.
communication,
Yeah,
similar to,
That's a lot of weight.
clearer
Video and
statements.
That's a lot
snippets.
of burden on you to try and handle individual questions like that.
I would copy and
That's a lot
paste
to
stuff.
ask
Or this
anyone
group,
or-
yeah.
I'm efficient.
Or a combination of the committee and this team, and I know there's some overlap, talk about as they're doing the work, instead of at the end. to
Yes,
finish
it
them.
would need to happen as, like, way earlier.
But something that
Yes.
people will really actually
And that-
take in.
And that's not on any of us, it's just how it worked out this year. We were discussing it in February, March, April.
So then it's communicate earlier, I don't want to use the phrase better, but more effectively.
You're right, people probably don't want to read a 5-paragraph.
I mean, I hate that. I mean, it's just not how people think anymore.
You can also
Everything's
make it
got to
read
sound
it out
bitey.
loud to you.
Okay, so what do people think? Should we, we're not going to do, I'm assuming we're going to strike through 2, 3?
Yes.
And 4.
I think
And
today our
6.
solutions are 1 and
And
2
7.
and make the adjustment to 2 and move forward.
Oh, you think it's
Or
1 and
sorry,
2?
1 and 5,
Yeah.
make the adjustment to 5 and move forward.
Is that thumbs? You want to do thumbs on that? Everybody okay with that at this point? Yeah, and you can be here and still be in consensus, right? Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mark out what you didn't do, and I'm going to send the notes to Jill and Rachel.
And this would be also a TA, pulling from the current pilot program, and editing that to extend the time frame, remove the 2 options. So I'll work on that as well and get a TA out.
And I know we have calendar with that issue as
Oh,
well.
y'all didn't- go ahead.
Are we okay with the secondary conference day being added back in there when elementary has theirs? I know that was a Dr. Dennis question.
Yeah, that was more done like with Dr. Dennis and Hubbard and Gilhouse, not necessarily in this group, but we talked about second semester when the elementary staff have a full day of conferences, having secondary also have a,
There was not a decision.
no decision. We were just asking if that was possible, and I reached out to Darren, he was gonna get back to me.
Yeah, we probably ought to go that route. I have no idea what minutes are or count.
Well, it
where
wouldn't
that
change the
goes,
minutes
but,
because a conference day still counts as full student minutes.
Yeah, we probably have to revisit that, look at that.
So is that, so I probably maybe thumbed too early. We did thumb to eliminate 3 and 4 as part of this. And then we did not decide, do you revisit it in 1 year or 2?
Well, I would think we would revisit it in this coming fall. I mean, unless we decided we were going to, we all agreed to something longer than that, but.
So that just, even if you do a 2-year agreement on terms and conditions, this will be opened up and.
I would put it as 2 years so that we have it if that committee says this is our best option ultimately. Then we don't have to take any action. We always have the option of taking action. So ultimately, if that committee comes and says to, I guess Jill and I as lead negotiators, we're ready to present something for the negotiations team to consider, then we would just mutually agree to have that and schedule appropriately. And we'd need to know by probably January next year.
So it's meet and negotiate the MOU in 1 year, but make it not expire for 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And quick question, like, we're not looking at extending the school day for students or elementary teachers?
All off the table.
So
we
that
have-
also means like we won't get, like teachers won't get that extra work day and those kind of things?
That's
Nope.
correct.
That is
Okay.
Is there some note that needs to be made on this discussion or the question about whatever day you raised, John? Or
No.
is that just a follow-up outside of here? Follow-up, okay.
That's outside.
Okay, so you've got sending back to committee, and you've got extending the pilot, eliminating 3 and 4, the ability to bargain and look at what the committee does at 1 year, but make the pilot last for 2 in case you need to, and then better education of teachers and communicate earlier and more effectively. So we've got yeses to all that. We already did thumbs, and I'm sending the notes.
Awesome.
Next on your agenda is student behavior. I'm going to unplug because Jill, if you have notes on this, you may want to remind us where we left off on this. We did frame and focus some.
Yep. Okay.
Point of clarification on the calendar, Dr. Gilhouse, does, moving forward, essentially, there is some variability with the conference day in the spring for secondary.
Right, middle school and high school have students that day and don't have conferences.
Correct.
But
But the other additional work days are now off the table, and seniors will attend the first day of school with freshmen. Correct?
yeah, that was.
I can't speak to the seniors' first day, but the days that were talked about are, that those were created by the additional minutes to the school day. So that's how they were created. So
Correct.
without them, again, I'd have to look at that specifically with
It's on the
freshmen and
calendar.
seniors.
Yeah, it's in the calendar. Dr. Dennis put that in, I think, a year ago when we were talking about how to get senior minutes back.
Correct.
They talked about having them come the first day. So in the calendar right now for the next 2 years, it
Correct.
has them coming on the first day.
So tied in with that package was the additional 10 minutes for middle school and high school
Right.
as well. So that was what created the flexibility.
Correct. And we no longer have that.
That's correct.
So you'll start at 7:40, not 7:35. But, what is that?
Oh, they've made it, my agency made it where people can call me on here. Really dislike it. I haven't figured out how to stop it.
Oh, no.
Isn't that crazy to get phone calls on your laptop?
Yeah. Is there a way to hang it up?
Yeah, I think it hangs up after 3 rings.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
I just meant if you could just be like, move to voicemail. Okay. So this was our issue statement. How do we ensure physical and emotional well-being of staff who deal with physically aggressive students? And we have an issue focus and interests, and something that we discussed, Christy shared with us, and then I believe Todd also was able to link it in here, was something that Chris Lowe and Christy Darby presented to principals in the fall, which was some guidance after a student escalation. And I've talked some more with Chris Lowe and Christy Darby, who are the directors of the elementary principals, just about this document. And I had not seen it before Christy shared it. But I do think it goes through a good checklist. It's not all-encompassing. The principals may not do every one of these, but I think that this is something I can go through with a member when they are reaching out and saying, this happened at school, I'm so upset, I don't know what to do, how can I make sure it doesn't happen again, I don't feel safe, I feel traumatized, or, my students feel this way. We can start going through this checklist and see, like, did this happen, did this happen, did this happen? What other questions do you have? We talked about, I think, a reentry plan, maybe being part of this as well. This is, I think this could be used for special education as well, but right now I feel like it's mostly for gen ed. But I had a few staff members reach out that were sped teachers that shared some, let me see if I can find it. Some guidance that they received when they were trained for CPI. And it just seemed like something that would be really helpful. I know that every elementary, at least, probably every secondary as well, has a team of people that are CPI trained, but I wondered how much of that could also be shared with the staff as a whole, or if there's parts of it that would be beneficial, because it could be any staff member that would have to possibly deal with a physically aggressive behavior that impacts them. So anyway, I like this guidance, and I will be using it in the future when we hear from staff that are very, just distraught or upset over something that has happened that they've been involved with. Another thing on the SPED side, I think this year in particular, incidents were happening because there was a staffing shortage, specifically with some of the programs that require up to 10 adults in a room with, or in one room, sorry, 10 adults or maybe even 13 or 14 overseeing, a group of students that whose needs are higher and need that amount of adult supervision. And because we were working on a staffing shortage, it was creating some issues. And I was going to ask, kind of what is that looking like in the future for the next year? Are we hoping to be able to fully staff those programs that require more adult supervision?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And staffing is going better this year at the certified level. A couple weeks ago, I think this is accurate, we were fully staffed with certified SPED teachers, but that changes. I mean, we've had some resignations lately. We're still struggling with paras. I was getting ready to pull up last board meeting so I can give the exact number. But Sherry did request additional staffing for paras, and it was budgeted for this year. And so I think it's 26.3. And so in addition to what we tried to staff last year, she made the request and it was approved for 26.3 more paras. We, of course, did something for the classified pay schedule. And so we're super hopeful that that will have an impact on hiring and retaining those paras. So yes, long story short, it is looking better and we're
Do you still have a lot of those positions though to fill, and do they usually get filled over the summer or right in August, or like for paras?
Yeah, there's absolutely still some to fill. I don't have the exact number for you. I can try to get it from Dr. Jones here pretty quickly. But yeah, paras are a fluid group, right? So they kind of come and go, and but again, we're super hopeful that the new pay scale will impact that in a positive way.
And like I said, I spoke with Chris Lowe and Christy Darby, and just more kind of pressed, like, if this is a repeated behavior, and what is the process we should go through? And it's meeting with the team for the student, meeting with the principal. If that's not, if the issue is still happening and you're continuing to get hurt, I guess isn't a way to put it, what are next steps, and who to reach out to, and what can be done. I know that we brought in staff members from other buildings or even from here to help with that. I don't know, I mean, that's not a permanent solution. So I just was trying to find a way to, I don't know if, I can't guarantee, but to help them understand what can be done, and that there's something that can help them if they're in this situation that's happening day after day after day.
Well, and my other question, because I feel like this more or less checks the box for how do we support teachers? How do we support students who are having these issues every day? So what does it look like? Are they acting out in 1 hour and then they're taken away and then brought back? Or are they brought back a different way? What does their reentry look like after they've struggled? And I know that's going to be dependent on situations.
It would be, and that would have to be a team decision.
Right.
Correct.
I'm just saying, I'm wondering how often it's happening, and I'm wondering how often the same kid is continuing to struggle. So like SPED's a outside world, but if I look up students' referrals, there'll be one that has 4 or 5 referrals in a day. So is that kid then continuing to go back to class, or those are,
I think all of us would hope that we're trying to get to the root of the problem instead of just treating the symptom where they just keep coming back the next day.
Right.
So if we're going to see the same behavior day in and day out, my hope would be that we try to find something that would change the behavior and be what's best for the student and the teacher. Just a hope. I think that'd be all of our hope.
Right.
It's hard to speak on that.
I can share that on a high level, that oftentimes Sherry is working with me on situations like that, and we're doing an LRE analysis, and we're
I'm just talking about gen ed kiddos.
Oh, okay.
I totally get that.
Okay.
Listen, I got you SPED stuff. I understand that is it depends situation. I understand.
It's really difficult how
My
slow
major
it works.
concern would be, while SPED is a concern, gen ed kids, and then when they're struggling in those types of plans, and I also understand that then also depends on what's occurring, what's been happening,
And
and
my
how
hope
that
is
looks.
just at the last board meeting that we'd be following that matrix that was created last year. And
Right.
hopefully that was the point of it as well, was to consolidate it and to make it easier and clearer and give more direction for not only staff, but students and families.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned the matrix. I would like that either to be part of, if we make some kind of collective commitment that talks about, this is the guidance, we have that matrix. Just, it makes it easier for me to access it quickly and say, okay, here's what we have. Is this going to help, with the solution to this issue?
Correct. And it does get trickier when it comes to special ed with the matrix as well. So
Absolutely.
And then I was just looking at even our board policy. I just looked up there's one called EBB about safety, and it says the district shall make reasonable efforts to provide a safe environment for students and employees. So I mean, even that right there, I mean, we can use that to speak with the team and the principal and the directors to say, have we been making reasonable efforts?
So are you thinking that we have a collective commitment that acknowledges that the team has worked on this, that we've continued to work on it and have open dialogue, that we have a guidance document for principals that was shared out last year that will be reviewed again at the start of this year, that links the revised discipline matrix, and then that links policy EBB?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
I can't think of anything else, but I think that'd be the best way to do it, to sort of have it all in one place, and then just to have like a written acknowledgement that it's an issue that we've worked through, that we've discussed, that we've made efforts on. Anything else that would go in that collective? Okay.
Right, right.
you need your
How does that work? How do we decide who gets CPI trained?
your microphone.
Do you know?
Kristen, yeah, do you know? I think they offer it to about anyone who'll do it. Is that?
No,
never mind.
not typically. Like, my special education teachers are trained, my social worker, myself. The de-escalation part of CPI would be something that I think anybody could use. I don't know that
The physical restraint.
the physical restraint part is something that
It's not for everybody.
no, I wouldn't say so.
So right now, not everyone gets de-escalation training?
Not formally,
Oh,
no.
okay.
I think that would be something that would be really great to include. Because we are, like everyone always talks about, since the pandemic, we are seeing a lot more of this kind of behaviors early on and more often. The thing that I have was more of like about debriefing after an incident, and it was related to CPI, because if you had to restrain someone, let's debrief after that. Or if you had to seclude someone, because within the training model, what the debriefing looks like. But I would think de-escalation would be a great training for all staff.
Is that possible?
How long is de-escalation training?
I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
It's like 3 hours maybe. No, that's to recertify. I don't remember what the initial,
Can the parties in their commitment explore de-escalation training for all?
well, and I wouldn't say that like we don't have de-escalation training. Like, we talk about classroom management, we talk about, positive behavior supports. Probably there's an assumption that people know how to de-escalate where maybe they don't. But does it need to be specifically CPI de-escalation training? Probably not, but, conversations around like the behavior matrix, and then maybe, training around, like we use responsive classroom at my building, and really looking at student engagement as part of that classroom management. So
Are those staff meeting topics? I feel like
that would be
those-
great. Yeah, that would be a great staff meeting topics.
We tried to add PL time, we did not achieve that this season, so I feel like that would be our only
That would be our avenue. I mean, de-escalation / reentry / classroom management techniques. I mean, there's always a time to review classroom management techniques
Yes,
each year.
absolutely.
If de-escalation's a part of it, or reentry from having students leaving the classroom more often, whether it's based on COVID or whether it's based on something else, certainly could be a worthy discussion, which would be brought up with Dr. Stubblefield, his team, and maybe the principals. So I'm not opposed to always talking about how we can better serve our kids, especially when it comes to behavior, and reentry and de-escalation would be part of that.
So could we have that be like, I mean, I don't know if that's appropriate for like a CC, but maybe it is, that says that building leaders will review that during a staff meeting next school year.
So I would ask, I'll refer to Dr. Dane here, at least at the secondary level, how much time do you spend with regards to, because that's something that you cover during your first 4 days faculty meetings, it's something you touch on throughout the year. What amount of time do you spend on classroom management, de-escalation, re-entry types of ideas?
Yeah, we tried to hit that with our new teacher onboarding. When we do that at the building level, and we kind of talk about that quite a bit. And then throughout the year after year, we focus on that with our freshman horizontal team and our freshman horizontal team of teachers. And they're the ones that really set the tone for behaviors in a high school, in teaching our freshmen, how to navigate those emotions and the responses and how to feel through that. In fact, just even a couple of weeks ago, we had a dialogue with our freshman horizontal team about the challenges of getting into a power struggle with a teenager, and how we always try to avoid those power struggles and have a real conversation around building a relationship and learning about behavior. So that's ongoing throughout the year, but I wouldn't say that's something that we train all 120 teachers in a staff meeting with. We try to target those pieces with them.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking more of this on the elementary level.
And it needs to be the elementary as well. I was just referring to one half of
yeah.
it, but I think that, I'd refer to you, Christy, how much time do you spend on scenarios regarding discipline or classroom management throughout the year? Is that a board, is that a faculty meeting discussion at varied times throughout your school year?
Yes, we talk about it at the beginning, like pre-service, and then we try to talk about it throughout the year. We typically look at data like in January of office referrals and, do some problem solving there too.
Unfortunately, topics like that get brought up after something major has happened, and then the staff go back to review what that protocol and process is. I always think that's something worthwhile for principals to discuss throughout the year, but unfortunately, it tends to be a reactive measure sometimes.
In this incident guidance, I was looking to see if there was kind of a debriefing. I think maybe that would be with the social worker possibly, but also the principal. What I mean by debrief, and maybe that's with the team too, because you might have to get back together with the team to talk about what was the incident, maybe what led to it, what was the students' goals that weren't met because of this behavior, or things like that, and so that they feel like it's really going to be addressed, right? And I think what Chris Lowe kept telling me yesterday was it's really important for those team meetings to happen weekly to make sure that whatever the behavior is or whatever you're trying to change, that the things you have in place are working. Look at the data. And so.
I think when something hasn't gone wrong for a while, sometimes people get comfortable, and then all of a sudden something jumps up and bites. And so it seems to be human nature. It seems to be human nature, and that's a tough one, because when things are going good, people are focused on things going good, and it's always good until it's not good. At that point in time, I think you do need to talk about reentry, de-escalation, review what that CPI is, review what those process and procedures are. But we do need to stay sharp on those throughout the year for everybody to try and keep it at a minimum.
And those kind of things could be part of these bullets, because it talks about steps to be taken to support repairing the relationship. I mean, that could be part of, you know, the things I was talking about, de-escalating and debriefing about the situation. That could also be part of when you check in with the social worker. Yeah. I'm more speaking about like things that I've received from other staff that said this has worked well for us, how to make sure that I can incorporate that with other people in the future.
Correct, and I don't think, if you don't debrief, I don't think you ever really have an opportunity to learn, because
Sure.
something went wrong somewhere, and if you don't debrief and think about a reentry plan, then you're just setting yourself up for the same thing to reoccur.
Okay.
Well, where the incident guideline says this document is not an all-encompassing list.
Sure.
Is
There you
it an
go.
assumption that the folks that are really using this guidance form are getting talked through the possibilities here, or what's recommended under each bullet point? Or is it something they read and then do themselves? Or are they getting sort of coached with it?
I would have to ask Christy, I guess. Is it more that they kind of showed you this and they spoke through each one and kind of told you what it would involve? You can always ask questions, I'm sure.
I don't have memory of what we did in the fall.
I can
but,
understand. I can understand.
When it was sent out again in February, yes, we talked through those things.
Okay.
And this is guidance for administration, right? And then you're going to use it to educate membership.
Sure.
On what they should expect from administration.
Right.
But, I mean, isn't there a level of knowing that administrators will do these things you're talking about that are part of the bullet points?
Yeah.
And then in the future, you all, I know you said you weren't sure whether or not this was being done when incidents happen, but the more you're interacting with members, you can get feedback or where the areas that are kind of falling down are.
Right, and then both directors said that if there was a concern around that, I could bring it to them, and
Yeah.
they're there to coach
Go back
and
to
help
coach, yeah.
principals.
Because I'm sure principals have really good intent around this.
Yeah.
So on collective commitment, Rachel, is that something you can draft that can be reviewed? And where do we want to land on whether or not the training is included in that?
I'm just having difficulty thinking about how we would memorialize it, I guess.
Yeah.
I struggle with continuing to add mandated trainings to our principals.
I mean, I think
we
it would.
made an attempt to add days, and now we're saying do more with the same amount of days you have.
Well, I mean, this could be in place of something else. I mean, I feel like if it's really going to help the students and the staff be proactive so
Is
that
it
it's
something
not
that
happening as much.
that can be considered?
Yeah, I think it could be something that's
Is that, I mean, is
considered.
that strong
Yeah,
enough?
I think we can acknowledge that principals do this and have the ability to do it without mandating it. Again, I struggle taking away that administrative authority to decide the content of your staff meetings and to cater it as needed for our 34 elementary buildings. But I think we can still acknowledge it as being a helpful component of a multi-tiered response plan that includes the guidance, that includes our revised discipline matrix, and that includes our principals, having the ability to guide staff and review this with them.
I'd just be interested in how long that kind of training would be, a de-escalation training, and what it might look like and what the topics would be. If it was something that, could be short enough to do during the first 3 days or even during a staff meeting, or, something that people could do on their own and count as professional development flex time.
The other thing that, just to consider, like the when and how, is we do have the instructional fair.
Yeah.
And giving the teachers the option of and I don't know who it
I
would
think
be.
that's great. I think that's awesome.
I was just
Yeah.
Making
I
an
think that's
option.
awesome.
So making it an optional course, is that what the term you use?
Well, I'm wondering too.
We
and
do
I-
that. I'm sorry.
No, okay, you're fine. Well, I'm wondering too, and I hate to sit here and require teachers to go to something as well, but traditionally in the instructional fair, there's been keynote speakers. Could that be a keynote speaker?
I don't know about a keynote, but it certainly would be a portion. It could be a sign-up voluntary portion for that.
Right.
And I don't know to the extent in which we're still doing this, but we used to do catalog courses. Do you guys remember that?
Right.
Are we still doing them a little? No?
I haven't seen one in years.
Yeah, so I know there's been some discussion about adding some catalog courses. Maybe it's something like that, where it's after hours. If they choose to do it, they can do it. Instructional fair is another option. It can be used as flex time if it's after hours, right? So to me, that's a better solution than mandating that principals do this. Or, I mean, the other option, if we're truly saying that this is mandatory, I mean, keep adding to our mandatory training, and that's becoming I mean, we all know how cumbersome that's getting. So I don't think that's a solution. I like the idea of saying, hey, SPED or whomever it is, make it a catalog course, offer a session at instructional fair, and if people want to do the full Monty, so to speak, they can do it.
And I do believe principals are comfortable talking about these things at faculty meeting. I mean, they're talking about student discipline, we're talking about classroom management, we're talking about communications, we're talking about relationships. Teachers, I mean, principals should be extremely comfortable discussing these items throughout the school year.
Right.
And they should be addressed and should be talked about. So there's so many different scenarios. Everybody wants a good, calm, positive culture, and these are just some of the steps in getting there.
Yeah. Okay.
So acknowledge that training component's available, and then add that we want an optional course during the instructional fair and a catalog course. Is that a separate thing?
I'm volunteering people to do something that I won't do, so I think that's an option. I think we need to check in with Sherry on what the possibility of that is.
Some designated training times maybe to
Yeah.
be offered if we could throughout the school year.
Specifically de-escalation technique.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we can talk with leadership and learning and the elementary, secondary directors to have conversations with principals, beginning of the year or throughout the year, or when do we touch on these topics during faculty meetings, and when something does happen, what type of scenario are we doing to debrief with the team or teacher?
Anything else to add to a commitment on this?
Nope.
Does that resolve, for the purposes of our IBB meeting today, does that resolve the student behavior issue statement? Folks, do we want to thumbs that as resolution this year on that statement?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, all right.
I will get that together. There's so much homework coming up.
You do.
It's the end of the school year, but that's fine, guys.
On the issue of annual issues, the list you sort of read off, Rachel, which one do we want to pick up? The first two you said was the 507 MOU and workload for SPED teachers.
Yep, that's the next on our agenda. And I think the first half of that is a pretty no-brainer, easy thing. What I did was, it reads like our previous MOUs. I've highlighted all of the years in there because, oh, I can share. Hang on, let me shut down my email. I'm gonna share it, so.
Okay.
No. Okay. So, and this is linked in the agenda too, so everybody can look at it in their computer as well. So I have this comment to the side here, and one thing I would recommend is that, again, if we get to a point where we are comfortable and want to do a 2-year MOU on terms and conditions, that we also make this a 2-year MOU. Talking to Russ, I don't think that there's going to be an issue in continuing to budget appropriately to be able to have a 5 out of 7 schedule at the secondary year. And so I don't think 2 years is going to put us in a dangerous condition or precarious position financially. And so, again, this has the same, whereas clauses, talks about sufficient funds being allocated. And then it brings in the acknowledgement that work assignments for special education teachers is measured differently. So, again, it just goes through, okay, so paragraphs 1 and 2 talk about the compensation for that, and again, we're looking at 10% of the amount listed at MS plus 15 step 1 cell for full-time teachers. Again, it is optional for teachers to agree to do this or not. But again, if a teacher asks, like if they want it, then it's not something that they're compensated for. So it worked exactly the same, essentially, as it has been working. Again, when we first did this whole MOU is specific to secondary teachers, but we've had a lot of discussion in here about workload for all of our SPED teachers. And so we should talk about whether we continue to use this MOU to address, workload of SPED teachers. I know, again, I've talked to Sherry throughout our negotiations. My understanding is that this has expanded to almost every single subgroup of SPED teachers, asking her for a meeting. And she has had those meetings and been receptive and sort of explained how caseload assignment works or student assignment works for each of those individual SPED teachers. So what I tried to do here is to just expand this provision 3 to be all-encompassing and include all pre-K through 12 special education teachers and have this acknowledgement that our SPED director is working on making sure that each individual person has a manageable workload. We did get in what you see these comments here with Jill and Amber as we went back and forth was on 2 things that we need to look at. One is we did in this group talk about some specific categories of special education teachers and working to get them to a manageable caseload. I started trying to write that in, and then in conversations with Sherry, I was like, I don't know if this is the right place to do that because I'm afraid it's impossible to put everyone in here and we can't give guarantees anyway, because what I understand from her is we'll have a change that happens one day, we have to accommodate that student, and then in the background, I'm immediately working to make adjustments and figure things out. And then the other thing that we need to look at and consider is this issue of the consult hour, and whether that language gets us there, it's too weak, not strong enough, whatever it is. So those are the 2 things that I think we still have outstanding on this.
One question going back to the funding part, I kind of was under the impression that we had made some budget adjustments and moved funds from paying custodians into capital outlay, and even set some of our compensation a couple of years back to help ensure that we were hiring enough staff to go for gen ed secondary to teach 5 out of 7. So I kind of thought it's in our budget. We're not utilizing, ESSER funds to make that happen. It's already part of our budget. So my question is, why can't this be something that is in our language and not year to year? I understand that right now it's an MOU. This is just a concern that I have.
We never talked about that in negotiations.
Okay.
I mean, again, it would be something that assume the association could raise in a future year if they wanted to. And I think we would just, I am not sitting here prepared. It's not something I've talked to Russ about. I think the reason we started it in an MOU was simply because it was a huge financial move and we needed to see how that played out and what the stability of it was, but it could certainly be a topic for future years and we could get information and talk about it.
Okay. And then, so that you could encompass more than secondary SPED staff, you changed it to saying that the caseload was manageable instead of the average caseload being 10 to 15?
Mm-hmm. Yes, because so then I started going in and trying to build in the caveats.
Right.
And Sherry was like, you are never going to end if you do that. So she was like, her recommendation was, can leave it how it was, keep it for secondary because this MOU is about secondary, teacher workload, or just make it all encompassing. And I'm happy to always have those numbers available as to what average caseload is, to continue to meet with individual SPED groups and talk about that. those guidelines exist, you know, that I work off of regardless of whether they're in the MOU or not. So that's the question, is what is the scope that we feel like we need and want here to make sure that
Right.
we're specific enough, but also everyone feels acknowledged. And I just struggled with that as I tried to do it.
So yeah, I mean, if you're saying that there are guidelines already for, at least for the general ed, sorry, I'm back up. If there are guidelines for secondary special education right now, the 10 to 15, there are also ones for elementary, and then for the pre-K, unified, but also, you know, there's already guides for that. And in this MOU, when you talk about it being manageable, does that imply that we think it's manageable if it fits within our guidelines?
I think so, and Sherry was public, you know, about that. She sat here
Right.
with us and shared those numbers, so I think a teacher, or you and I, when we're meeting with a teacher, could reference back to our SPED coordinator director, saying that we think that this is the number that we should be in to represent manageability, right?
Okay.
I get Sherry's point, though, to hard code it could throw her team into a tizzy, you know, if students leave, you know, whatever, IEP changes, things like that.
Has there been any discussion, because secondary sped's still doing 6 of 7, so has there been any discussion regarding anything around that?
Well, that was down below,
That's what we need to talk about.
Yeah,
And I
okay.
don't fully understand that. All I know is that, again, we have to have some grace in that provision. So one thing, I'm adding that for us to start thinking about, to recognize that there are guidelines for each individual category. So that's something to think about. And then, yes, I think we need to, all I understand about this is that there has to be some level of grace, that we can't guarantee a consult hour. And so how do we say this is like a strong encouragement, but we understand that it's all based on the master schedule?
so what I was going to say is if you can't guarantee a consult hour, which means, by the way, that you have 5 classes you teach, 1 consult hour, and 1 plan. If you can't guarantee that, then I would like to see them have, you know, the 6 classes they teach, 1 plan, and not be assigned a seminar. Seminar is actually like an 8th period, right? We've got the 7, but then seminar happens twice a week, and it's kind of like an 8th period.
It does. I guess I'd like to know how many teachers do teach 6 and have a seminar.
Well, they didn't for a while, but then just recently at one school, they were trying something new with seminar to help freshmen pass their classes, and they were saying they were allowing students to have some freedom during seminar, but then they needed people to supervise them. And so because SPED teachers didn't have a seminar assignment, they were being asked to supervise students during seminar. As kind of it was like a reward thing for having
And that was at
good grades.
one building?
Yes. And so because we didn't have anything around, you know, specific language saying if you don't have a consult hour, then you won't have a seminar assignment.
Dr. Dane, do you have any solid numbers for South as far as your SPED teachers? I know I'm asking you off the cuff, but like, do the majority of them have a consult hour, or the majority of them don't?
For our special education staff members at South, most of them are teaching 6, and most of them is a CT model. We have some low incidents that are a little different than that. We have some post-high crossover that are a little different than that, but most of them are teaching 6, and I can almost say that I believe all of them have no seminar. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that we're pretty good there.
Are you ever asking them to do something during that time because they don't have students during seminar?
No, unless we have some kind of rare event or something else that would cause them, hey, I need you to come help us for today or something. But other than that, I can't even think of those days, what it would be, but no.
So when they don't have a seminar assignment to them, that means on Tuesday they're going to get a 90-minute block, and on Thursday,
Well,
is it
when- during-
25?
During late start, yeah, it's 20.
Oh, but on the days that we no longer have late start.
Then we get- yeah.
Then it's another 90-minute.
Yes,
Correct.
because that's how it works.
And I think
was.
it's not better than having a consult hour, but it is very helpful when you're teaching 6 and your special education staff member to have that block of time on Tuesday and a small amount of time on Thursday where you could use it to catch up on all the things that you need.
All the things. All the.
But again, that's secondary.
We're still committing to paperwork days? Isn't Sherry committing to paperwork days?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And how many of those per?
We get 4 per year.
One per quarter.
One per quarter.
Can we do this? Is this a possibility?
I mean,
I need to be able to
it's
read
one
it.
of those, yeah.
I just don't want, I mean, I don't want to create something that we can't meet.
Right, I don't want to
Without
set us up
knowing,
for a, you
Yeah.
know,
We could say that they would consider not assigning them.
yeah.
Again, I just
Doesn't-
worry about.
Doesn't it already say that somewhere?
The original thing was that they would consider giving them a consult hour. So meaning
Oh,
teaching 5,
yeah.
having a consult hour, and then having a plan.
Okay.
This would be,
if they're teaching 6, every affordable opportunity would be, I mean, I hate to tie people's hands without knowing, especially with the challenges and SPED being a different,
Well,
it's such,
We need to be careful with low incidence as well. So
I didn't
like
hear
the
end of your
resource.
sentence. Hold on one
people-
second. I didn't hear the end of your sentence.
I was trying to make it as an affordable option that they would have seminar off. It would be the first fall to give them seminar off. But I can't tie hands of things that I can't predict in the future when it comes to special education staffing, the size of caseloads. I mean, I can't predict those types of things, so I just don't want to tie people's hands.
Well, and our inclusion people, so like our resource people and our ALC programs, they're not going to get that consult. They're with their kids all day.
because they wouldn't have a seminar anyway,
Right.
because they have their
Right.
kids all day.
Yeah.
I
Because
think
the
it's
kids
the
don't have a
next, I think
seminar.
it's the next step. If you don't have a console, it would be the next step if we could, the seminar. I mean, I think it would be the next option.
To consider.
What about
To
this
consider.
softer language?
Were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to say, we have some staff, some teachers and some students that don't have a seminar because of their functionality. So,
Right.
Okay,
um,
gotcha.
we couldn't guarantee that for across the board, across the district. I can guarantee it across our building, and let alone across the district.
This is such a staffing and scheduling issue that when you sit down with a high school and middle school schedule, it is, just to foresee that and predict it, I'd be a fool to guarantee something like that because I can't. I'd like to. I think all the principals would.
I like the language you have there, Rachel.
Do we need something like, something about the master schedule?
It's fluid, yeah.
So then, in an instance where the BLT or the building decides, we want to offer incentives to students to keep their grades up. So we're going to have this thing where during Tuesday's seminar, we allow them the opportunity to hang out in the Rose Garden because they have good grades. And now we need someone to supervise them. So because SPED teachers don't have a seminar, we're going to ask them to go out there and supervise the students. I mean, like what, I mean, that's a very specific thing, but, yeah, not having a seminar is a good start. It's then,
Protecting it.
yeah, protecting that time so that they're not like, oh, well, you don't have students, so you can supervise this for me. I guess just if that's happening, that's the conversation that needs to be had between the
I guess I'd like to
SPED
know how
teacher.
many kids are we talking about?
Sure.
How long a period? Is it the Thursday seminar? Is it the Tuesday seminar?
Tuesday, yeah.
Can they rotate? Are we talking this is happening once every 2 months because the special education staff is taking their terms at it? It could, you know,
Sure.
there's so many outliers there that I just don't
So
know.
if that were to happen, we could have that discussion with the sped staff and the principal, and then if we needed to loop in.
We can look, I'd hate to
the
take away
director.
opportunities to encourage kids that are being successful. But
I agree.
I also see the other side of the dilemma. So
Right.
again, I'm talking about things I don't know of what's happening at that school.
Okay.
So what have you got there so far, Rachel?
So what I've tried to do is kind of have a decision tree for a secondary principal, right? So I'm trying to have it read that, first you're gonna try and do a consult hour assignment. If that doesn't work, you're gonna try and not assign a seminar. And then just an acknowledgement that, hey, we make our best efforts here, but the master schedule is a, very difficult Jenga game, I guess, to put together.
I think it reads well.
Yeah.
And then I think the 4 paperwork days is up there as part B.
Yeah.
And again, kind of like the teaching 5 out of 7, similar here, is, I would like to see, and I guess this is something that we could bring up in future years, because this would be an MOU that would at least last for 1 year, but I'd love to see that to be permanent because of how much feedback we have received that it has. The reason that we brought it in was to help address their workload and not necessarily to make sure that there weren't errors, but more to really help make sure that they had time to get all that done, get prepared for any IEP meetings they're about to have. And so I would love to see that for future years. So I'll say that, but. And I think, did Sherry say that she had worked that out into the special education budget?
Yes.
This year.
Yes, she did.
Or
For
next year.
23-24?
For next year, yeah.
Okay.
For the consult,
The 4 paperwork
Paperwork, yeah.
days, yes. Where can we find the guidelines established by the special education department for each category of special education teacher?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
suspecting that some of those are in charts that Sherry keeps.
Okay.
And some of those are probably, if it's a really small grouping, just a goal that she has.
Okay.
Right? So I know if I get X number more students, I have to add a teacher.
Special education coordinators constantly ask for our numbers.
Okay.
So we are being asked to tell them what our current caseloads are.
That's helpful.
That's good
And
to know.
again, my suggestion would be that if we go 2 years on the P&A terms and conditions, that we go 2 years on this as well, so that it's built in and protected. And again, I would share that I know, Sherry was, happy and willing to meet with these groups, talk about concerns. It's something that comes up all the time when the SPED coordinators are meeting. And so, again, just because we, have a 2-year P&A certainly does not mean that discussions between representatives in the administration cannot happen. They can and should happen, and are totally appropriate to happen, not just because they've been initiated by this, by the negotiations process.
And Casey, when you're saying that the coordinators are constantly asking you guys for your caseload numbers, are they then trying to make adjustments or give you, like, I think someone said maybe give an additional paperwork day if your caseloads have gone above guidelines?
So I know, for example, at Westridge, one of the teachers had an issue and left. And so someone else had to pick up paperwork slack, so that the person that picked up the slack was given an additional paperwork day.
Okay.
Again, Deb Dupree was the coordinator for middle school, so she consistently asked about once a quarter or so to make sure the numbers were correct within our caseloads.
Okay. And if they need to, could they make adjustments to try to?
I know they do it for staffing purposes too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
So-
that they
Okay.
can.
It might not be an immediate result, but it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So is it just getting guidelines on a to-do list to provide, or is it part of this?
It would, I think it would be part of this, and I think it would be noting that we do have them, like, that doesn't just not watch that or monitor that. They have a general idea of what is an appropriate caseload number depending on the position. Obviously, again, depending on the student needs for each of those individual caseloads, and it could be a part of the discussion, should there be, a concern with a special education staff member at a particular building.
So is it something near where you have the meetings that happen that, the guidelines will be provided or available to?
I think they are available.
Right.
I don't know, and I don't know sitting here right now how those are memorialized. Like, I know there are Excel spreadsheets that they have with
Right.
numbers that they're constantly tracking.
Well,
but
that's
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
saying. Is it just to figure it out to provide it to the union? Or do you need it in this document? I just heard Jill say, could we get those guidelines? And I don't know that Jill was even asking that it go in the document. You were asking so that.
Yeah, I just want to know where to find them.
Yeah.
I doubt Sherry would have any issues with providing them to you at all.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of just a Sherry follow-up, Jill follow-up with Sherry and get them? And then don't necessarily need to reflect them in the document. Is there anything else in the document that you all have feedback, questions, or that still needs some finalization on? And is the 5 out of 7 in the same body of this document, or are we going to open a different one?
Yes,
Okay.
it's the same one.
Yeah, it's
We
the
haven't
same one
gone
because
through
it
that.
originally was just all secondary staff. And then we came back with,
Okay.
because of special education staff and considering all the caseload numbers, trying to get to them to teach 5 out of 7,
Okay.
I think was not going to be.
Yeah.
So Rachel, what you
Possible.
wanted to share with us seemed to be just the updates of the year and then those sped language changes. Is there anything else we need to look at on this document?
I don't think so. These are things that I think it worked really well. I tried to get them in good shape, taking into feedback I'd heard thus far and
Yeah.
shared them out Monday. I'm losing all track of time. So I did have an opportunity to start thinking about things, and there were a number of things that were already addressed and resolved before we even got here today.
Okay.
So for all these things we're about to review, everyone's at least had time to look at them. It
Okay.
doesn't mean they're final, but we've had a number of days everyone's had a number of days to read through this and look at it.
Are there
so.
still questions and concerns on this document, or are we ready to thumb this one and move on to the early notice for retirement?
And this, just as a reminder, this is something that would have to be approved by the Board of Education. It's got Dr. Sinclair's signature on it, and so
We'll get 2 years.
I think I could potentially get it to them for the upcoming May 22nd board meeting. I should be able to still add it. Dr. Hubbard's real strict on those rules. You cannot late add things to the agenda, but I think I can still do it today and get it on
Today,
for
yeah.
the May.
Agenda reviews not till 3 o'clock this afternoon.
So I have so much time to add this.
All the time.
I'll add a placeholder in board docs.
Okay.
We have a thumbs up.
Okay, do we have a thumbs up?
Do you have any, well, you asked if we had any more questions.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. What are they?
So,
She did.
for the elementary,
Yeah.
can you just walk me through, maybe I missed it, what are we adding specifically to ensure, and specifically even for pre-K, that they are sticking to those numbers at 10? Because I think the problem is that everybody thinks that they're at 10, and when I sent out that email, nobody was at the 10. Like they were over by 2 or 3. And 2 or 3 is a lot when you're, it's hard for me to express to you, I feel like, their caseload. Because they really are working 2 jobs. Because they are teaching gen ed students, and they're also teaching pre-K students, or special education students. And then on top of that, if a student comes in as a gen ed student, and then they need those additional resources, then they're having to take all the data on that and then write up the IEP for that. So I don't know how to express to you that they really are doing additional work, and it's very difficult. 1 or 2 or 3 students is difficult.
Because they're the pre-K classroom teacher.
Yes.
And the sped
special
teacher
education
for those
teacher
kids. They
as
actually are
well.
both. They're certified to be both a
Yes,
pre-K gen ed
they're
and
working 5
sped.
days, and I understand that the other people are doing at the
At
Early
SMEC.
Childhood Center are doing the child find on that additional day. So if we're not going, so maybe providing, how can we provide them with additional resources to reduce their caseload, is what I'm asking. How are we addressing that issue?
And did that group specifically meet with Sherry?
No, but I think Sherry was saying that the guideline was 10, but the question is, what happens when it goes over, because they are going over?
But when I have talked with them, they said that they have shared feedback. And my concern is that we had 4 of those teachers and 3 of them are leaving this year. And how can we continue to support 3 out of 4 teachers leaving that position every year?
And I know, after our last meeting, Sherry and I had a phone call and we talked through that. She acknowledged that the cap is 10. She said she knows that she had one incident, and so this is the first time I'm hearing about 2 or 3. She said, I know there was one incident where something about it getting lost in the shuffle, that there was an additional student, and that once that was discovered, that was immediately addressed. My thinking would be that we know and we acknowledge that for that category of sped teacher, and that's what we use the language in here, that there's different categories, that 10 is the number. And that I think what we need to do is have facilitated meetings if we are outside those numbers, and that, we need to sit down and make sure everybody knows what the plan is for how we're hiring, how we're shuffling, how we're managing it during that time. I think that's the really, again, what I understand is that students come in and they come, they go, and like guaranteeing a cap that's consistent and is never changed throughout the school year is just not possible. But guaranteeing that we are going to be responsive, and maybe that's it, maybe adding like the parties acknowledge that they will come together when the guidelines are exceeded and collaboratively problem solve. Maybe that's the way to do it, is that we understand that necessitates a meeting in some cases between those employees and special education leadership to say, this is the best plan for bringing us back within those caps, because that's how I would envision it happening.
Well, and also, if the cap is 10, can we start the year with less than that? Because we know there are going to be students that come in that start off as gen ed, but then as pre-K gen ed, but then need to be evaluated. So not starting the year with 10 of your 15 students being special education students in the pre-K unified classroom.
Because I know, because part of it too, and I understand that I think part of the problem is also securing aides and paras. Because I think that is probably is part of it, because even within like our special education staff, I think part of the problem has been that like the person that services is my community-based teacher has not had an aide the whole year. So she's been doing additional work. So I understand that these things happen, but then how can we compensate those people for the additional work that they're doing is the main part. Like, how do we ensure that those people are being compensated for the additional work that they've done all year because they've not had an aide all year?
I like Rachel's solution to agree and memorialize the idea that any time that there's a staffing concern above the guidelines of special education, that we would collectively agree to come together with the association, the teacher, SPED leadership, and HR needs to be a part of it as well, to come up with a solution. I struggle with saying that it's going to be this, it's going to be that. We're, of course, restricted by what's available out there, right? I mean, to say that as soon as we go from 10 to 11, we're going to hire a new teacher, that's an impossibility, right? But there are other solutions that we can consider. So to me, that's a reasonable, something to hard code that we would commit to and try to find a solution.
Maybe that too. Like, it's 2 things. It's not just solving the problem, but what can we do to support in the meantime? Because it sounds like it's 2-part, right? So the best laid plans, and then we know we're in a shortage and that it could take weeks. And meanwhile, that person's just bearing the weight and they might need support. And I know, and I'll be candid, when I was talking about this with Sherry, she did express some frustration that sometimes she doesn't know, right? Like, she's like, we are on this periodic going out and gathering caseloads, and sometimes something happens and I don't even know about it. And then I'm delayed in coming up with my response. So I do know that her sort of comment to me was, when I know about it, even if it's 1 over, we need to start coming up with a plan, because 1 turns into 2, turns into 3, and it can happen like that.
Do you think maybe she didn't know because the staff member told the coordinator and then the coordinator didn't tell
Don't
Sherry? So maybe when it happens, the staff member should not just reach out to the coordinator, but also to Sherry as well. So let them
Yep.
both know.
Yep, and I use the term special education leadership in here to
Yeah,
kind of be
leadership,
all
yeah.
encompassing there.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you for catching that. I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry about that. So do you want to read the final language here that you've added?
So again, we're talking about all pre-K through 12 special education certified staff. And so 1, we're acknowledging the commitment under Sherry to bring caseloads to within a manageable range. And we saw the presentation from her about she's aware of where other districts are, she's aware of what our individual goals for Shawnee Mission are, that she has guidelines for each category of sped teachers, and then a commitment that as student enrollment fluctuates, we acknowledge that staffing concerns may arise, and that sped teachers may need to meet with special education leadership, potentially along with human resources too, to develop a 2-part plan, 1 for how we address that, and 2 for how we support the teacher in the meantime. I think that's healthy. I think that makes a lot of sense. And it is difficult when it's something that we just can't guarantee. I think components like this are appropriate for an MOU because, again, it's not like plan time where we can say 230 minutes, we can definitely do that. We can do that throughout the year. It's a little more difficult with caseload assignments. Anything else? Any other things we need to address?
Okay. I think we've got a thumbs on this one. We're truly ready to? Okay. Good deal.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do a quick time check. It is 11:30. I'm doing a Zoom from 12:30 to 1. We could either be on lunch or you guys may be in economic breakouts by then. What time were you all visualizing lunch today?
So you are unavailable from,
12:30 to 1.
and you need to eat too, so what is
Yeah.
your lunch plan?
Probably drive someplace and
Okay.
just eat in my lap real quick.
So would you prefer to eat before that call or after that call?
Well, what do you all want to do? Are folks wanting where you want to get to a break sooner than later? What's your feeling? Is this
Whatever you
we're kind of just drudging through. Well, let's see, how much more time do we have? Because if we do it later, can I get you into economic teams with instructions?
I mean, potentially,
That would
the
be-
next things are really quick before we get to compensation groups. It just depends, like,
We could push through.
they could be ticked off pretty quickly here.
That's early
Especially
notice.
the next one.
Early notice on retirement, day after Super Bowl. And then reviewing TAs.
And those TAs are also things that have been out there. These are actually less, in terms of outstanding
Okay.
issues, I think there's less on both of those than there was on this MOU.
I think we push through because it'd be nice to get you into economic teams. And you all have to do lunch at some point. Once you have your instructions, I can go do mine in the parking lot, and then you all can do your lunch wherever and go straight back into your teams, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so set push through if that's okay.
Yeah, cool.
So we have 2 annual issues, and we just missed these last year. And so I emailed Jill in a very violative of the Negotiations Act manner, and I said, how about we just extend both of ours? And so that's what we did. Again, those 2 things are the incentive payment for early notice. And then several years ago, I'll just tell you, the administration had some horrible Super Bowl Sundays where the absences were just coming in, and there was literal discussion of emergency canceling of school. This all depends on how well the Chiefs do, and
I don't want to
care about
jinx.
football at all,
No
so
pressure,
it's
no
not-
pressure.
But we've never tested this, right? This has never been tested.
What do you mean?
Has it?
2-3 years.
No, we've been
You
doing
mean the
it.
Chiefs haven't been to the Super Bowl? Is that what you're-
Yeah, what? Where have you been?
No, we've been doing this.
We have been doing this.
Yes.
Yeah.
for-
Oh, and it would apply whether the Chiefs are going or not,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And we've been sending out notice, like, hey, if
Yep.
you
Yes.
plan to take a personal leave day that day, as opposed to sick, you gotta get it in. Okay.
You put it in the Friday before by,
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah.
And has that been
4:59.
helpful to HR?
Yes.
and
schools.
we,
Pre-planned.
as an association, we just make sure everyone knows.
Yep.
You can still take a personal day, you just need to let us,
You gotta
let
tell us
HR
ahead of
know
time.
by, or, you know, put it in Kelly Subservices by the Friday before.
Okay.
The game.
So will this go 1 or 2 more years? Because you really haven't
It would
decided on
match the
duration.
length of the.
Length of the
P&A on terms
contract.
And then
conditions.
that first one, just so everyone knows, it's, if you let the district know that you are going to resign at the end of the year or retire at the end of the year, if you let them know that by, is it January 31st technically?
Yes.
Then once you fulfill your contract, you earn a $1,000 stipend payable at the end of the year.
We want that too. It's helpful.
Does anyone have any opposition to continuing to extend those?
No.
Okay, so I would say we should vote on a consensus on extending those the length of whatever our P&A is on terms and conditions. See, I told you that one.
That was
I just
quick.
wanted
Look
to
at you,
do
look
it.
at you.
This year, I just wanted to do it the right way,
I mean, eventually, would we look at just having them in permanently?
potentially.
Okay. I mean, how many years do we have to say, yes, keep doing it?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Before we're just like-
So before reviewing TAs, Jill, did you say something there, that there was an MOU regarding the 3 days at a time? And does that need to be talked about?
Well, we talked about it last time, and we didn't technically do a thumbs, but what we were kind of all saying was that we didn't believe that it was necessary to, for staff to need to apply for additional days from the Board of Education's sick leave assistance bank for reasons of COVID-related illness.
Now,
That
again-
we might feel past that.
Just to clarify, let's say someone did have a terrible experience with a COVID illness, right? Like it caused pneumonia and some other things, they could still apply to the bank. It just
Yes.
wouldn't be as automatic of a grant and an automatic 3 days. It could be more or less.
Yes,
Because those applications go to HR, they review them, and then they send them on to the board.
that's correct.
For the last 2 years, it felt more automatic, that
Yes.
like, as long as you applied, you would get 3 days at a time?
Yes.
Okay. And I even had staff members reach out that said, I can't access that because I have so much sick leave accrued that even when I do have to take off 5 days because of having COVID, I can never apply to get those back because I have so much accrued. And so they felt like they would never get that benefit.
Right.
Anyway.
Right.
So the recommendation's to end that MOU?
Correct.
Let it expire,
Okay.
yes.
And again, I want to make sure staff know they're always going to be supported regardless of whatever type of illness they're experiencing. I think the idea now is that we are at a place where COVID is a known possibility for illness, and it's less of a surprise. And it's something that they have the ability to plan for, just as we do other illnesses that can be seasonal. I'm just going to stay away from any political commentary, but yeah. But that they would still, HR is always a resource, and there's many, many leave options beyond just the sick leave bank for job protected leave if you are experiencing an illness or medical condition of any kind.
Okay, thumbs on letting that expire. Good, okay.
Okay, so the next TA, which I think is a really cool idea, and I'm just wondering if we need to add anything about that January 31st date in there, if that's something that should go in this.
What is this next one?
So this next one is the idea that we would add, and Jill and I talked about this, but to the front of the P&A document, I think we said before the table of contents even, just this summary thing that could be printed and put, when HR has onboarding, you get like a folder with all your documents. But that this could go in there as like a quick resource guide, but also just a very straightforward way of answering basic questions about employee benefits and, contractual obligations. This one really, I think we've worked through almost everything. I did a language change at the end where possible. I referred to it as you. So like, I just thought it was simpler than using the term professional employees all the time. Like, you get this many days. If you have a family member die, you get these bereavement days. The only really outstanding question, so I'm going to unhighlight this because that's still correct, right? 45-minute staff meetings twice per month on Tuesdays, that would still be correct? Right?
Yes, yes, and then it says if scheduled by the administration.
Yes.
Yes.
So we did acknowledge that it's not, like, sometimes the administrator does not schedule a staff meeting, so it's if they schedule it.
Does anyone think that on that one, that you could put if scheduled by the administration first and then comma?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I don't know I don't know, I just, so they,
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Oh, thanks.
staff at the
Okay.
school are required. Oh, and then I guess it's the same for the other one.
Yep, I'll change it around.
And we did talk about this is like top 10, but now that I'm counting, it's probably more like top 20.
I know.
But sometimes we were saying, okay, is this really a top 10 question or not? I don't think the Super Bowl Sunday one is. I don't
Yeah.
think we need to, I don't know.
I would
I'm
agree.
fine
For
with
some
that.
people,
I guess for super fans it might be.
I mean, I'm gonna come to work, but
But I would hope that like
You know.
principals would remind staff.
Right.
Our association will remind staff.
yes.
It's
I mean, it
coming
makes it
up.
longer, it's a niche issue, we send out reminders, I'm fine with taking it out.
And if it's a down year, it doesn't matter.
Unless their team,
Eh.
Do we think we need the note about severe weather? Is that,
no.
okay.
I don't know that that's ever happened. So like, you're saying like, where I live, it snowed really bad, but it didn't so much where my school district is, so I'm still gonna need to go
Or
in.
you're just a baby about driving in the snow.
Oh,
That's how I read it. I read it. That's how I read it.
So I
You
live up
can't
north, and
stand taking
sometimes we do
personal
get
day
more weather
because I
than
don't drive
y'all.
in the snow, right? Like, that's what I thought it was for. Am I right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can shorten and take that out. I'm
Okay.
fine with that. Again, I do think, I put this lawyer language at the top because I wanted it to be clear that this is not the PNA. This is a convenient summary, there are exceptions everywhere, like, this is just your basics. So I am totally, like, we cannot build in every single.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I think I've read through most of these, if not all. I know, that was my homework.
I'll keep this one highlighted until we get through the TA for leave resignation, because that's contingent on that being. Oh, what about, do we think, or leave, how often do people take leaves of absence under that provision of the PNA?
I mean, like how many people per year out of our total? I think she's wondering if it's really a top,
Oh, I don't think it's a top thing, no.
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm gonna take that out. 'cause
they take like leave days, but
Yeah,
maybe not a
Yeah.
Like leave.
leave of absence.
And what about, I mean, it's, to me, it's like a critical component of a PNA, like what are your rights if you feel like it's been violated? I don't know, again, I'm just, is that something the new teachers like, that we should tell them about the grievance process?
I don't, okay.
I don't,
I'd recommend them going through several steps before we
Yeah, I
get to the
don't-
grievance process.
I think this should be super positive.
There
and,
are steps before the grievance process.
I agree that it should be super positive because it's like one of the first things they see.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm wondering, do we need to have the thing about how do I resign from my position? When it's like, welcome aboard. It's your
This is
first
how you
day.
quit.
Here's how you
When you
quit.
get to the end of your career, here's what you do.
I'm fine
No.
with taking that, again, I mean, this was just meant to.
I'm cool with taking both those things that we just
Me too.
put out.
Okay,
chop,
Because, yeah,
chop.
there are lots of steps before the grievance process that need to be utilized.
okay, so take that out. I won't have any of this highlighting in there. That was just a tool I did.
I mean, there's also the disciplinary action. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean.
I agree, take that
That's
out.
also, yeah.
Okay. Again, you have to understand the world I live in.
No, I understand the world I live in.
Those are all good
my
things to
ex-husband's a
know,
lawyer.
but they are within the P&A, so.
What
if-
about this one?
Yeah, get rid of that one too.
You just
I mean,
got
that's
hired.
not
What happens if you do a bad job this year?
Okay, so then we still.
We're more positive.
Let me go through. So initial placement on the salary schedule, moving columns, working hours, plan time. What if I have to cover a class during my plan time? What if I think I should, can I combine these two about plan time?
Yeah, I think so. I have a question, and this is probably just something I need to learn. The compensation for plan time, it's not tied to like, you know how some of the hourly rates are tied to like bachelor's step one? This one's not, it's just okay.
Straight to one.
Okay.
Just curious.
Lunch break, meetings, when am I evaluated? How many leave days do I get? When can I not schedule? We could combine those two too. And just make that like that. What if I don't use my days, and what if I need to take leave for the death of a family member?
Cool.
Okay, Amber,
Could that go up there with the leave part too?
Oh, the death of a family, yeah.
you could do that for the death of a family member, and I could just do this. Put it there.
Are we trying to make this 2 pages?
I
Oh,
mean,
it's so close.
We can
Just-
do it.
Just make it all 11 font instead of 12. I'm just kidding.
Amber, is that question answered with us sort of combining those two?
Well, I was just saying, can we just say for any reason instead of listing out all the things?
Oh, okay.
Like, could you just put, because at the end you write for any reason. Can
Yeah.
we just write for any reason? That would also save space.
Ah,
3 lines short, we can do it.
You just have to extend the margins.
There you go.
You know what I can do?
11-point punctuation.
When I put this into the P&A document, I will make it 2 pages. I'll just figure out what I need to do to make it 2 pages, so that when HR prints it, it's 2 pages. So I'll mess with the margins or the spacing.
I don't know why that matters to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't need to.
It's
Couple-
that.
Couple things on the bereavement.
Yeah.
I would like to make that section smaller.
Yeah.
But I also know every year I have questions about bereavement of other,
Yes.
non-family members. What do I do for a non-family? I
And
mean, I have
there's
more
something in
questions
there.
about that one than I do family members.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's.
There's something in
It's
there.
specific. It says, it lists,
So I don't know, I
Who
don't want to
they
make it
use.
longer, but I'm just trying to.
And what's the answer, Todd?
Well, they have to code it bereavement of other,
Uh-huh.
and
That's a current.
You're talking about
when you put in for a sub, and how do you code that?
This right here, a professional employee may be excused without loss of pay for a period of up to 4 hours to attend funeral services of relatives other than those listed above and/or friends. Such absence will not be charged to their temporary leave, provided the principal determines that no substitute is required.
For the 4 hours, but if they're going out of town
I know.
for that,
then
And
they
they
can
would
take
have-
personal leave.
they would
then they have
use
to
their
take,
personal leave.
then they have to take personal leave.
They
So,
do.
but anyway, that one's just a little more dicey.
It is.
Do we want to add it? Do we think it's a top 10 type thing? I mean, at least this clarifies this is what the 3 days is for.
If they're
No,
going to the funeral.
I would just leave it, and then if they have specific questions after that.
If I get
we
the
can
question,
ask.
hey, my friend died in Dallas and I need to
which
go
is
out
gonna
of
be
town.
over 4 hours. That would be a personal day if they don't fit under the family.
Is there other feedback? How many
We've
pages
been
did
looking
this
at it
turn
for a
out to be,
while.
Rachel?
I'll get it to, that's not an issue. I can mess with the indents and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, so. But I think we'll get it to a 2-pager easily by the edits we've made today. So,
Hold on. There is another part in here, Todd, that says the professional employee may make a written request within a 5-day period following the day of the leave to the building principal or administrator requesting a maximum of 1 day of bereavement leave not authorized by the preceding definition of immediate family for a special and/or extraordinary occasion of death, provided the professional employee has used all of their available temporary leaves.
so they have to be
So if they've
out.
exhausted their leave and they can't, then they can request a day.
Gift them a day.
Okay, but I don't think we, like you said, I don't think we need to add that in there. I just
wouldn't
wanted
put it in there.
I was curious so that I could have that answer. We have been looking at this for
Yeah, I
2
figured.
weeks.
Longer than I started this a long time
Oh, okay.
ago, and
Well.
then we've just gone through several rounds.
It's a great document, really. It's going to be helpful, I think, in a lot of
I think
ways.
I think it's pretty good.
Because
And
the-
honestly, I learned a lot. I mean, sometimes you go to the P&A as needed, and I started by reading the whole P&A, which was a helpful
Light
thing to
reading.
do, so
Are folks ready to thumb it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and this is a TA, that's how it'll be referred to when I do the joint summary and the summary negotiations. Okay. Our next one is, and Jill and I have had some background conversations on this, but this is the late resignation provision, which we've edited a couple ways over the past couple years. This would bring into the P&A our consensus on having liquidated damages over the summer. Again, liquidated damages are sort of our green light to go. That's how it's viewed in terms of late resignation provisions. So liquidated damages over the summer of escalating amounts not to exceed $2,000, and that's only if you're resigning in August. And then to bring in suitable replacement during the school year, but to add our full exception about if you are authorized to take FML that for 12 continuous weeks, then you can be released from your contract. And you would just need to let us know by I think week 9, right, that you're not coming back, so that we've got time to find somebody. Or if you're not FMLA eligible, you can go get that certification. You're not going to be eligible for FMLA, but with that certification, you could be released from your contract. One thing that we hadn't specifically talked about, again, I'm just trying to think of all the caveats, I added language in that says, if you submit your resignation during the school year, once you do that, it's irrevocable, because I didn't want this situation where HR starts expending time and resources trying to find somebody, and then the person's like, oh, never mind, I want to stay. And then they try to find someone and then they haven't. So I think there could always be a mutual agreement that,
You
okay,
can't-
never mind, you want to stay,
You
but.
can't be your own suitable replacement.
Right, yeah. I just didn't want, it takes
Right.
resources to go through hiring, and a
It
big
does.
goal of this was, we're spinning our wheels hiring sometimes, and so, once you submit that, it's an irrevocable resignation once HR finds a suitable replacement for your position, or it become effective as of the end of the school year.
Okay, so here's a question with, what's the one? FML. So say I've taught long enough, or I've been an employee long enough that I do qualify for FML, and I've seen my doctor, and they have said, they certified that I can, what do they say? They certify that I should go on this. I don't think they should, but can. And then I start my leave. If I decide within even a few days or a week of that I want to resign, am I allowed to do that then?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
but you would like them to tell you by week 9,
By no later than, so we can start finding a suitable replacement.
but it could have been earlier.
It could be way earlier. We just don't want it. The reason I wrote it like that is I don't want us to get in hot water interfering with someone's leave. So
Okay.
we would afford them and they get their leave no matter what, which means we will, because we continue benefits while people are on
Right,
FML.
that's what I was gonna say. I think between the two of us, we should counsel them to reconsider that decision, because they could stay on FML, get their benefits during that time, and then still,
So even if they're not bringing home a paycheck because they don't have any, they've exhausted all their leave, they're still getting their benefits paid for while they're on FML?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Okay.
we will not make it.
I don't know why I didn't know that.
If they say to us, I really want this to be effective Friday,
Well, if they have
we'll
leave,
do that.
if they have leave days, they could be taking their leave days during FML too.
Right, so that they are paid
Right.
for those days, okay.
So if someone really, really said, no, I'm done, I want the board to accept my resignation at the next meeting, we could do that. But it's probably to their benefit to not have their resignation be effective until the last day of their FML.
Right. Unless they're, yeah. I say at another job.
Right. Which we hope there's no abuse under this system, but.
Right.
Right. And then something that not that I didn't think of it before, but I had a few people reaching out after we talked about this. Staff that they're informed that their assignment's going to change, but they're not told that until after the statutory date to resign. So say, for instance, someone that could be highly qualified and licensed in physics or chemistry or something, but right now they are teaching something else, and they haven't taught those topics for a long time, and then they come back in August, and because of something that happened, oh, you are certified for physics, so we need you to teach physics AP and all these classes.
And they don't want to.
Yeah.
We need the authority to do that.
Right.
To make sure that we can run our schools.
Right.
So we make an effort not to make any changes, within, a week or two of school starting. And that would include like elementaries, closing classrooms and moving. But we've got to be able to make those administrative decisions.
Right, to fill those positions.
Well,
Right.
this is actually more lenient in terms of releasing during the summer than our last provision was, because.
Sure, it's less.
Liquidated damages versus, they had to give 10 contract days notice for. So
Well, then they could give 28
Or they could
days.
give
Yeah.
28 days. Which could very likely push them into the school year, making them unable to take a position elsewhere.
Was this one that we thumbed and this is reading the final language?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've spent a lot of time rereading it. I basically started by picking and choosing what I thought was the best and most clear language from the samples we looked at, which I believe was KCK. And then I tried to even improve from there and make it clearer and better.
So let's say we have a staff member who's maybe struggling, having a difficult year for whatever reason, and they put in their resignation and are waiting for a suitable replacement, but in the meantime, feels as though they need to be able to utilize FML. Does putting in your resignation and waiting for a suitable replacement mean you can't see your
Access FML.
position and then, okay?
You absolutely would still have all available leave options.
Okay.
Yep.
I did go in on the other thing, so if it's highlighted, it means it's changed. I make sure that when we talk about resignation, we're always saying written resignation, because I know sometimes we have people just, I'm done, I quit. Well, we need to have we need to have it written, we need to have a record of it on file with the appropriate individuals, so I did just make sure it's saying written consistently. All right.
Ready
We're
to
ready?
thumbs this one? Jill, did you have anything else? You're still looking at.
Sorry. I have lots of thoughts, but I'm always trying to think of every possible instance. So.
Okay.
And it will be this, we have changed like resignation a couple of times the past couple of years. I think that this is a good approach. I will tell you, I've had conversations with NEA attorneys about what the right approach is and what they see from their end. I think that this is the best mutual approach in terms of what each side gets, just on a theoretical level.
Sure.
And I do think that it's something that as we come across situations, we're going to be, Human Resources is going to be working with the association as it comes up, and for our first year, working through things. But I don't think it's gonna be as fraught with as much issues as we've had before, honestly. I think it will be a lot cleaner.
Is there ever a time that an employee would not be able to access FML because of, I don't know,
Only if they had a
misconduct
certification
or-
that was not approvable,
okay.
which rarely comes up. So I've never had to do it at Shawnee Mission, but in past positions working with other districts, I've gotten sent certifications, and again, like, things like, this was signed by someone who doesn't have the appropriate credentials, or doesn't have all the information we need, or it's suspect for one, you know, like, a broken finger requires 12 weeks of FML, and so, like, going through challenging that, but no, I mean, they would always, this does not in any way impact FML entitlement, or the system that is used to process those requests.
Okay.
Good to go on this one?
I think so.
Okay. This one was hard earned, wasn't it, in terms of the work you did on it? Lots of sessions on this.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I did put together, sorry guys.
It's okay.
I put together this CC because we said we would do it, and I caught it. So just know this is also something that says, hey, like, just as an assurance, like, Human Resources is not just telling you that they are going to follow our normal hiring practices and procedures. So that should give some assurance to people that it's not like yeah, we'll find a replacement when we get around to it. The normal practices and procedures for posting and hiring will be followed once that written resignation is received. So this is just an assurance of that. Nothing will change, nothing will be different from what happens when we get a mid-year resignation. So this collective commitment goes along with that TA. If everyone's good with that, I think we should thumbs it too.
Okay.
Let me just read it.
Yeah, okay.
And I think we're ready for instructions for compensation groups.
Okay. John, you were working on a spreadsheet with Russ, and I'm wondering if the spreadsheet that the teams are going to use have the assumptions built into it. Because if so, I can give directions, and then you're probably going to want to share the spreadsheet.
Can I share?
Yep, they should, and I know there is a change with some of the supplemental, which is that what you were
Is that
going to
what
talk
you're
about,
talking
Jill?
I was going to talk about benefits, but
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, we need
let's
to do that.
both those
We forgot
things
to add that
before
to
we
our
give
agenda.
direction.
And that's
So
in
benefits
here
and then
as
John's
well.
spreadsheet, then I'll give direction.
I have something after.
Okay, sure, go ahead. So Mike, Jill, John?
is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
I probably should do the screen, John, if you don't
Yep,
mind.
nope.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, so we had our benefits committee meeting on Monday, and the benefits committee did make a recommendation for this group and the board to consider. Give me a second, slideshow. And Jill, help me out too, if,
Yeah.
because I am not an expert here, but I can play one. 6418. All right, so I'm going to go quickly, guys, through the presentation that CBIZ did for our benefits committee, and this is going to be high level, okay? But I just wanted you to be aware of the decision or the recommendation that the benefits committee did make. So they took us through this agenda. Of course, we want to focus in on the health renewal, but I think it is important for us to talk about our other ancillary programs as well. So these are the carriers that we have. So medical will renew, medical and dental will renew, and vision this January 2024. We've got 2 more years on the voluntary life, another year on the voluntary short-term disability, and then if you guys remember, we did just start with the new employee assistance program, CureLink, and it goes through the 25th. Voluntary products will continue the same. Those go through Benefits Direct. They don't anticipate any changes, but they'll renew January 24th as well as the flexible spending plan for January 24th as well. All right, so just a renewal of last year, a reminder of last year, and just quickly, if you guys recall, it was a 1.6% decrease that we moved over to the employees, gave them that benefit. There was no change to dental, no change to vision, basic life or voluntary as far as the premium rates. Again, no anticipated changes for next year for these plans, and so the premiums won't increase for any of the ancillary lines. So really the only focus for the benefits committee was health insurance. So dental renewal, I'm just going to skip because there's no change. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. All right. Reporting. All right, so here's where I am not an expert. So this is some pretty detailed information about the costs of the plans. And so PMPM is per member per month cost. Green is the prior 12 months. Blue is the current 12 months. And I think it's important to spend a second on this because it explains the increase. So the per member per month rate went from $511 to $542. And then from here, it's broken down per category. So active employees, retired, so on and so forth. Blue Care, that's our HMO. It cost us $1,251 per member per month. That's up from $1,051. That's a 19% increase. In general, if I'll go back up to here, it was a 6% increase from the previous 12 months. The cost. That make sense? Okay. Claims dashboard. This basically shares with us the high-cost claimants. High-cost claimants, as you guys probably know after spending some time on this team, account for the majority of the cost of the plan. So this is a breakdown of those high-cost claimants, and you can see right there who they are and how much they're costing us.
Not who they are, but.
Yeah, who they are. That's right. That's right. Not specific. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
No, you're fine. And so there's claims that are over $150,000, and there were 19 claimants of that. But if you look back at the top, people that are claiming less than $5,000 a year, that's 81% of our staff.
Yep. Thank you. That's a really good stat. Utilization by category. Yeah, who they're using, the hospitals that are being used.
I think they were saying that those hospitals are also within our narrower network.
Yeah, they
so
are.
We should notice that even if you're not on the narrow network plan, you're utilizing, a lot of people are utilizing those places. It'll be future discussion.
Okay. Top 10 drugs. This plays into our conversation, or it did on Monday, and maybe you guys will have some questions about it. These were our top 10 drugs that were used. The CBiz guy spent quite a bit of time talking about Humira, for example. These are what he calls, or what they called, miracle drugs or specialty drugs. There's no alternative. If you need them, that's the only drug that you can take. And of course, there's a pretty high cost with them. Number of people taking it. So for this one, this is 14. It costs $8,000 per script. Our plan paid $1 million just for that drug. Okay. You can kind of look down here. And then these are the top 10 drugs by utilization. So the number of scripts and then what the typical treatment is. As I mentioned at our last meeting, the increase in pharmacy went up a lot this last year. And you'll see that on an upcoming slide. Here you go. This is a pretty good example. So pharmacy benefit paid, blue is previous 12 months, green is current 12 months. This was the pharmacy spend per member per month last year, and this is what it is this year. So as you can see, a pretty big jump. And then this is pharmacy services per 1,000. The actual number of scripts went down. So there was less scripts used in this current 12 months, but the cost still went up.
Yeah.
Okay, so a product of, what do you say, Jill? Like drug costs going up, people using specific drugs, and just a combination. It's really kind of hard to tell. Okay. Large claimants, nothing really for us to see there. Renewal history. So this is just for us and for people who are watching. You can kind of see 4.8% as our average renewal. Blue line is what Blue Cross has initially quoted us, and then this is the final negotiated rate. And so you can see we were at negative 1.6 last year. And then again, the average renewal. Okay. All right, medical plan renewal. All right, so what I want to focus in on here, total per member per month claims were 6% higher this year from last year. Drug cost, 18% increase. Okay, so per member per month claims, 6% higher, drug cost, 18% higher. Of the 19 largest claims, 10 were from prescription drugs.
So those really large claims that are over $150,000.
Right. Prescription drug costs per member per month are up 17.5%, while total prescription numbers are down 3%. Okay. Per member per month claims, again, you saw this on another slide, but those are the cost of the plans, or what it costs, what the per member per month spend is for each of those different plans. And then this is where we're at right here. So initially, Blue Cross came in with a 7.5% increase across all plans, and then 5% if we adopted this preferred formulary for pharmaceuticals. CBIZ negotiated us down, and it changed from the last time that we spoke with you. I think it was 6.5 and 3. They negotiated it down even further. And so if we hold all the plans, no change, it would be 6.3%. And if the district adopted the pharmacy formulary, it'd go to 2.7.
Right.
Okay. All right. So something to note here, according to CBIZ, is that Blue Cross has the broadest, most extensive formulary as far as pharmacy formularies compared to other vendors. And so what that means is there's more drugs that are on that formulary than others. All right, so it's the least restrictive. Yeah. And again, this is the cost of the drugs. Changing the premium formulary would impact 4.3% of our prescriptions. And that's something that the benefits committee spent quite a bit of time on. So 4.3% of all the total scripts that were in the Shawnee Mission School District membership would be impacted. It would save the district $1 million annually to do that.
Right.
All right, so here's another breakdown. So of those, of the people getting scripts, or of the scripts, 2,921 utilizers would have no change. Okay, and that would account for almost 33,000 prescriptions, so 93% have no change. 2.2% would have a positive impact, so they would actually save money. 0.6 would have a negative impact. 0.6 would have a negative impact, and 3.7 would be excluded. So what 0.6 means is you could stay on that drug, but it would cost you more. And excluded is excluded. Your drug
would
would
something else.
You would have to change to something else. And so the way that it would look, as we're told, is that if you are one of these 4.3% of people, 60 days out from renewal, you would get a letter from Blue Cross. The letter's back here. Right? Gosh, sorry.
Second to last. I
Second
remember
to
the last slide,
right there.
actually. Yeah.
You would get this letter, and it would say, Mr. Smith, you take this drug or these drugs. Here's 2 or 3 different drugs that will work for you instead of this one. You can no longer use this one if it's excluded. We recommend that you talk to your physician prior to these 60 days. So
there are replacement drugs for the ones that are excluded?
There are.
Okay.
Yep.
You're not
Now,
just-
the question I had, and they answered it, these specific drugs, and this wouldn't be all of them, but these specific drugs where there's no replacement, they would keep taking them because there's no replacement. There's no choice.
On the top of this chart?
Yeah. So if there's no options of a different drug,
They get to keep
they
it.
get to keep it.
Okay.
And what you described is estimated to save $1 million?
Yep. So the Benefits Committee heard all of that, and we're presented with 2 different scenarios, and you guys have seen this table before. This isn't finalized, and of course, we need to negotiate the district contribution. But this left side is our current plan. The right side would be the new plan starting in January. This would be with the 6.3% increase, so no change to the formulary, no change to the plans. This would be the new monthly premium cost based on that 6.3% increase. And then the board, of course, has an interest in holding neutral, making sure that if there's a 6.3% increase to premiums, that there's a 6.3% increase to district contribution. This would be the district contribution. So it would go from 792 to 848 for the district contribution. They also looked at a 2.7% increase, and that would of course be adopting the formulary. And this would go from 792 for a district contribution to 816. So a difference of 848 to 816. Yep.
32.
So after consideration, a lot of discussion, the Benefits Committee did make a recommendation to go with the formulary, which would mean a 2.7% increase. And then, of course, that would mean that there would be more money in the pool for these committees to use for the rest of compensation.
Well said.
I stumbled over that a lot, so what questions do you guys have?
You did a good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, really good.
Just a question. So the ones the hospitals that you put up there, you don't want us to use those? That it's okay to use those?
Yeah,
I'm
nothing.
just asking because those are all the ones.
We were saying that people are using those hospitals a lot, and those are all on the narrower network as well.
Overland.
So if you
okay.
chose,
Overland Park.
okay, sorry, except for that one. So if you were not on the narrower network, you might be able to go to that and save some cost, because, yeah, anyway, that's for a discussion later.
That's a good question. Even with the formulary, there's no change to the plans or to the networks in which our employees can use. It would just be a change to the
Prescription.
And then my second question is, having the health center here, how is that benefiting us from going
That's
to
huge.
outside doctors? So what I mean is like seeing the doctor here and getting our prescriptions filled through here
Yeah. Yeah.
versus having our own.
Yeah, the clinic would follow the new formulary that is within our health plan. That's a great question. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so do
Yeah.
you think if we're currently not paying anything to go to the clinic, that would be the same, you think? Like, would we have a copay now if we currently don't?
If the drug is no longer covered by the plan, then the clinic wouldn't cover it.
But you're talking about a visit.
Yes.
Oh, visits, yeah, that would change.
That would not change.
The
the only thing that would
visit
change would be
wouldn't
the
change,
prescription.
but the scripts, I think, could if you're on a drug that's no longer covered by Blue Cross.
Okay.
And to answer your first question, Amber, I think that clinic is helping a lot, and I think
Ton.
that we would have seen a larger percent
Absolutely.
increase in our rates if we didn't have it. I know last year, I heard from other districts that they were having increases last year when we were having a negative 1.6, so.
Yeah, they present, I forget, in the fall, isn't that right, Joe? We come and present, and a massive savings. I can't tell you exactly what it is right now.
And it's still, I mean, it costs a lot of money for us to continue the clinic, but the overall savings, we still come out good, and that it's been an awesome addition to our district.
So keep using it.
Yes, please do. Please do. It drives down cost. So again, this is draft, probably should say draft on here. But this is tentatively what the plans would look like. Everything needs to be board approved. We need to negotiate the district contribution, but that's potentially what it would look like.
Dr. Schumacher, if we go to the 2.7 increase, which means that we would adopt the formulary, how much additional compensation funds go into the package?
I don't know, what was it, John?
Oh, I don't know. I already changed the spreadsheet with I talked to Russ, so I don't,
Oh, you changed it to the 2.7.
unless somebody made a copy of it before, I might have. Nope, I changed that one too.
I think it looks like it probably cuts the cost in half of what it would have been, like just for specifically health insurance.
I just
So-
wondered what the overall amount that went to the compensation package was.
Yeah.
It was $58 increase.
Previously.
So it originally was $780,000, now it's down to $322.
Okay,
It's about 400 grand.
that's good,
Yeah,
which is more money that we can work with this afternoon.
Yep.
correct.
Really good.
Okay. If you guys are good, I'll jump off.
Jill, you had something after Mike?
Yes, our supplemental PACE schedule committee, we didn't meet, we conferred via email regarding a change for high school student council sponsors. And that impacted, do we know how much it impacted? What was it, $5,912 change? Our subcommittee agreed to recommend to move them one category. I don't know if you would say one category, because if I'm talking about last year's categories, that's going to be different than what we're changing to, because our numbers are all different. But moving them from what last year they were in group 4 to group 3 on last year's schedule, or I guess I'm the current year. So that's in there, and John has updated that. And then I just wanted to ask if anyone had questions regarding the salary placement correction. And I made a visual that might show it a little bit better if people wanted to see it. But again, this is the things that the teams would be considering, so.
Did you put your visual in the folder?
Yes.
Okay, so we can look at it as we.
Yes.
Okay.
And I tried to make a visual of like where, yeah.
Is Russ available in the building today? Is anyone?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, if
See how they all move.
teams have questions about the visual, they can grab Jill, no matter which team she's in. And then Russ, can he have the heads up to be available if teams need help with
He
calculations?
has the heads up.
Thank you, Rachel. John, do you think it makes sense for you to share the spreadsheet first, or me give directions and then kick it over to you?
We all have access to it. I think some of us have
Okay.
already made copies of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but the ones that are highlighted in blue are the ones that you'll change. I guess this one here for the health insurance,
Jill, I'm gonna.
are we recommending the 2.7 before we start making,
Well, the benefits committee has recommended that. I think what we're negotiating is what the district's contribution will be. So if we want the district to pick up the entire increase, then that would stay 24. If you wanted the district not to pick up the entire increase, then you would make it less.
And I would say the board
Has an interest in
Keeping
picking up all
keeping
of it.
especially classified, yeah. Because
So-
we can't
Rachel?
treat different employee groups differently, so.
Right.
so this cell
You know,
here
we
for the
thought
increase
about
to the
grade
base.
level, and we thought about management and association. Do we think of new members? Are new members spread out, I hope? New members of the IBB team? So,
Yes, we're good.
So, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Increase to the base, if you want to change that to a 2%, you're just going to change it to 2. And then your leftover money will automatically adjust. And then you can come down here and see what the new cells would change too. So
So what I don't have and the number that I need is the amount of money that was allocated from the Board of Education for certified, which was $8,488,756. And we have some adjustment to that based on the formulary and then a slight kick up based on the supplemental group, right?
that's all been figured in with.
I just don't see that total number anywhere.
It's up
Well-
there at the very top.
So,
Are you asking what was the number
You're
before?
telling us that we owe it.
Yeah.
so that number hasn't changed, but how much things are costing has.
We
Right, like
can get
the-
more in that number now.
That's my point, is that we need to adjust that number if we accept the formulary.
Right, he already made that change.
Pharmacy, yeah.
That number
That
that
number
changed
has-
was this
It's
one.
in there.
So I don't think that.
The health insurance line.
I don't think
That's
that the
number changed.
8.4 will change. I think that's how much the
That's
board
how
has
much-
authorized.
So you
What
can
would
just use it differently with the amount. from the
Correct.
formula. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I will say, I asked Russ that if we used all that the board had authorized, what would our reserve funds be? And they would be at 12.6%, which is, I guess technically, we're supposed to be ending this year with about 13%, so it would technically be a decrease by ending with 12.6% next year. But it is an increase from previously when we were down to 10% in the reserves.
Correct, which was deficit spending last year. We deficit spent to get to that 1%.
Right,
last
well,
year.
so I call it deficit budgeting because then we found that at the end of this year, we're not gonna be, we're gonna have a surplus, right? So how is it deficit spending if we end up with a surplus?
So that's where Russ would come in.
Right.
Because the board asked, what number can we get to before we deficit spend? And deficits,
Right.
I mean, tomato with how we want to make reference to that. And
Sure.
that number came out to the $8,488,000. But our goal was to be able to give the best and the most amount of money for compensation without deficit spending. And so
Right.
that's how that number came to. There wasn't anybody that didn't want to give as much as we could give.
Right, no, I agree. I just think in years to come, as we look at trends, if each year we continue to end with a surplus and our percent in reserves continues to get larger, at what point do we say, okay, we're over budgeting and we're not always spending
Sure.
all of it?
Sure.
So could we allocate more
Correct.
to
And I think
compensation?
statutorily, it's 10 to 15%,
Right.
I believe.
If
So
it's
we
the
try
board
to
policy,
get, correct,
yeah.
we try to get as close to that 10% without deficit spending. It
Right.
is the goal that at least as far as I've been around and been
And I do
practicing.
think the board would look at what you're saying, Jill. Like,
Okay.
I mean, obviously, a budget is just that, right? It's a budget. What did you learn from Russ? I was curious. I know you asked for the last balances. My guess is
Sure.
that some years we've under budgeted and we've ended up lower than we wanted to, and some years we've ended up higher. But I would like to, how many have we ended in a bad place and how many have we ended in a good
Yeah, let me see if I can find that.
I want to say the first year that we did IBB, I think we were all a little negative with the leftover money. If I remember right.
I think so too.
Yep.
Not a lot.
It wasn't a
Russ, it was
lot.
Allison that sent it.
It wasn't a
Hold on.
huge concern.
I'm searching my email.
Russ did clarify,
There
put
we
us
go.
at 12.2,
Oh, he changed that?
I think.
In an email to me, he said 12.6, but I was asking for kind of their fund balances over the last 10 years and the percentage, right? And as you can imagine, in 2013, as we went back 10 years, it was low, it was less than 10%, it was about 8%. And then starting in 2016, we started to see those fund balances get up to the percent that they were hoping to have, between 10 and 15. And I would say over the last so if we look at 2021, 22, 23, and 24, they are going to be increasing, like the fund balances will be increasing to, this year he is projecting that we'll end with 13.12%, and next year Russ is projecting that we would end with 12.14, thank you, that is correct, 12.14%. So like we're still over the 10, and so that's what I'm saying, like how many years do we keep going where we're still over 10% in our reserves or more so before we say, okay, if we keep this trend, we're going to end up with more than 15% in our reserves, and it's going to not look good, I don't think, that we are not fully spending the the amount that we
I think if
have.
I remember right, it's a trend issue,
Sure.
right? So you want to have a steady fund balance.
Yeah.
You don't want to be jumping all over because it's not good to obviously jump high either. So yeah, I do think those trends matter. And I know every year he's looking at, budgeted items that went over and under and why, and how can we refine that for next year?
And there's a sustainability issue with making sure you've got enough next year to continue to provide raises. I think that's good fiscal responsibility, especially since none of us know what the legislature is going to do
Yeah.
from year to year. That's always a challenge, so I think it's the best laid estimation that they put together. They've been pretty accurate. None of us are perfect, except for Russ.
I'm just kidding.
So I know you have to go, Stephanie, can you remind us of our
Yeah,
instructions?
I sure can. I'm going to go ahead and screen share. I would also say everyone's going to have someone that's not done economics in IBB before in their team. Just make sure you're sort of step by step in it with those folks so that they really get down what it is you're doing.
And I will say that, I know we would love to get it to where it's zero, meaning like we spend everything that has been, what's the word, approved. But I would say if we are a little bit negative, I don't want to end with positive. What I mean is, I think that there's a tiny bit of wiggle room with that number.
You have to be careful with that. It grows every year. If it's like $1 or $2 or $10, but this impacts money for all pay groups.
So we'd be willing to make like the percentage go out up to like the 100,000ths so that we could get all the way to zero. Do you know what I mean? Like, instead of just like a 4 or a 5 or a 2, it'd be like,
I think
0.1256
compensation
so that
groups
it can.
could look at
Yeah.
that. I mean, you're talking about like pennies per each person when you get that far
Yeah.
out, but I
Sure.
mean, that's for the
I
compensation
am.
groups to consider.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I know we've had years where we've like, could we do a 2.356? And I mean, that's something for each compensation group to consider and present their rationale as to why, but I don't see a practical,
Let's see what,
impediment to doing that.
yeah, let's just see what comes out of the groups.
Yeah.
Rachel, would you read the teams out?
Yes, okay, so the teams we assigned, first, team 1, Nolan, Jill, Todd, Joe. Team 2, Casey, John, and Mike. Team 3, Rachel, Amber, and Christy.
Okay, did we have someone that was not on a team, or is one of those a 4-person team?
Joe was added to team 1.
Okay. Okay, so you are really going into your small groups in order to come back with a way that you can allocate the budgeted amount to salary and compensation, just one way. And then when the group comes back together, each small group presents what they would do, so that you guys have sort of several options to look at as a whole and see where each group landed and what their thinking was. So each group should come to consensus within your group of an economic proposal for certified staff salaries and compensation for the next school year. When you report back, be prepared to share your team's proposal spreadsheet. So you'll have a spreadsheet, the spreadsheet John's created, and you're going to be filling it out. Have someone explain why your team feels that your proposal is a viable possibility. And, just explain what you're going to have on the spreadsheet. Tell the whole group when you come back what considerations were discussed within your team. Tell everyone in this group what your team struggled with the most and overall what was most important to your group as you came to consensus. I don't want you to get locked into your team's proposal. You might get real committed to the work that you do in that team. That's maybe where the whole group lands on taking your team's suggestion. It may not be. So you're not negotiating against each other here, guys. You're creating 3 different options for the entire team to consider and work from. After all of these proposals are presented and discussed, the entire IBB team may ultimately choose to go with one of the 3, may ultimately choose to edit a version of one and go with that, or may combine parts of the 3 different proposals into a final solution, or an economic package that wasn't supposed at all out of any of the groups. It's just going to be 3 ways that you can look at spending the budgeted amount on salary and compensation. And then the team together will decide which way or which version, or create a new version based on the thought and the work that's been done in the groups. Does that make sense? Okay. And then in terms of time frame, do you want to, I'm assuming you guys need to eat before you start to work.
What time do you come back?
I come back, I need a half hour on Zoom, 15 minutes to get something to eat, so I can be back by about
Why don't we do at
1:15.
least an hour and a
Yeah.
half? So we have time to get lunch
And what time are we going to today, 4 or 5?
maybe till we're done.
Okay.
I have to be south by 6. That's my only time.
By 6 p.m.?
Yep.
Oh, gosh, I can't be here.
And late day,
I'm just saying.
after
that's my
4,
time
I'm going to
constraint.
stick around if you're still working to bring it to completion, but I may hop on with Hiawatha after 4 for a little bit.
Okay.
I have a 4 PM meeting that,
Okay. So we'll try to get out of here at 3:30. Okay, so hour and a half would be 2 o'clock.
Want to say 1:45 or 2?
Or I can check in with your 3 groups via text at 1:45 or,
I'm a little confused. Are we coming back here to start at 2 o'clock or
No,
1:45? Or we're
get
gonna
lunch, meet with your
meet with your
group,
group,
all
all
during
that,
this
okay.
and come back here by 2.
Like,
Rachel's
come back
saying.
with a proposal at
2 o'clock.
1:45.
2 o'clock.
Our goal's to be done by 4.
Okay, 2
Is that
o'clock.
fair?
Yes.
That's fair.
I think that's fair too. Okay, I'll see everybody back in here at 2 o'clock. You all are going somewhere around here, or is any group staying in here?
That's up to each group to decide, I think.
If there's no group staying, I'll use this room. Or you
Oh,
can
yeah,
put-
you can use this room.
Okay, all right,
You
good.
might even be able to take the boardroom, I can see if it's free.
Well, I just need to plug in somewhere. I let
Okay.
myself get sort of low. And then I'm going to go ahead and take the call here and then go grab some lunch and come back with it.
Awesome.
So, does any group want?
We're back from our lunch break, ready to have our compensation groups present. Is anyone opposed to presenting in order? 1, 2, 3. Does someone want to share their screen? John, maybe, so that we can look at it all together?
Check your numbers though, because if I have something wrong on the spreadsheet, just let me know.
Oh, so sorry.
Or maybe what we should say.
We do what they do.
John, do you need me to share mine with you?
No. I just gotta add something. It's okay.
It looks like you're putting all three of them next to each other.
I did.
But did you get ours?
Yes.
It's in the middle, isn't it? Oh. I think he wanted you guys to take it.
I can't see it. Oh.
No, it's hard to see, huh?
We need to go, we should use that VSP insurance.
I am not blind. I have good eyesight and I wear contacts.
Oh, good for you. I don't do that, and I don't have good eyesight, but I do need to go to the doctor.
Okay, so
Well, it's very
the
small.
last two
far
groups
away.
are,
It is very small.
There we go. I can read that.
so the first set is from Casey, myself, and Mike. We put 4.534% increase, and that's the only one that we chose to do. We did not do the salary step placement correction. So down here at the bottom, starting step or starting salary would increase $2,061 to $47,527. And then we went down to step 30, masters plus 60 would increase $3,919.37 to $90,363. And then we went ahead and added the doctorate in there as well. Step 30, which would increase $4,017. And then next group, Jill, Nolan, Joe, and Todd.
Yeah. So we included the salary step placement, the correction that I discussed. And so in doing that, we changed the percent increase to the base to 4.36 and had 630.88 left over. I guess if we really wanted to, we could take it to one more decimal place. but
We tried.
I heard from Russ that we could do 100 decimal places, so
True,
I'm
that is what
kidding.
was said.
You didn't say that. Yeah, I texted him. His exact message was, I don't care, just get it done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
Thank you.
that's really revealing.
But we tried. So our group did try that. We tried to take it out. We had the exact same logic as the second group. And I think even doing, it's crazy how much that third decimal point even
Yeah,
changes it. And we
fluctuates.
tried and you can't go any bigger and still fit in the money allocated. We spent a lot of time talking about the salary change thing. I will share that I started out pretty opposed to it and kind of concerned because it's like, we spent so much time talking about when you move to a new salary schedule, there's winners, there's losers, you can't account for everyone, concerned that we'd have more people show up, but ultimately, as we went through it and looked at it and talked about it, it just came down to an equity issue of, you shouldn't be penalized because you earned your call-in placement sooner in time. Also, just a logic that we can still provide a really nice, better than we've had the past couple years, increase to the base. We spent a lot of time too talking about our instructional coaches, and we spent a lot of time talking about what things like preparation for NTA looks like and how all the types of people that contribute to it, how much we value our instructional coaches and the work that we do, but right now how we do have a path for them to get compensated for work that they do outside of their contract day. It would be a lot of money to bring those contracts up to more days. it would be a big move, and it's something we probably need more time to plan for if we're going to do. But also, we do have a lot of differences that we talked about between how we use instructional coaches and some of the other districts who have longer contracts use their coaches. So I think that the presentation they did is something we should just consider, keep in mind for the future, and, you know, keep in mind how other districts are, you know, how they have longer contracts and maybe what we might want to do in the future. One thing that we did talk about in our group was recognizing that the salary change is $200-something thousand, and that it is possible that with the way that we have been doing money allocations for different compensation groups, it's just a percentage applied. And so it is possible that for classified staff, the board could do a slightly larger percentage, right? So typically we do the same across the board, but I just wanted our group to talk about an awareness piece that it is possible that classified could get 4.45 or 4.5 fit into their piece of the pie because we're not doing a salary schedule adjustment like we are here, and just making sure that everyone would understand why that difference happened. But we talked about how we need to do everything we possibly can do for our classified staff to keep them and retain them, and that we would understand why there's that possibly ever so slight. I have no idea what the board would do with that, but I just know that the number that it takes to make this adjustment's big enough that I think it's possible, and I have not looked at it on the math, but that classified could be like 4.4 or something like that. So just an awareness piece if we decide to do that here.
Yeah, I assume that when you take the amount, I think it was like 11 million, and our portion for professional employees was the 8.4. I assume that they would just take whatever portion was for classified and find the best way to.
They will do exactly what we did here, but they won't have these other factors. So they'll take health insurance, they'll do, they get step, right? They'll do step, and then it's whatever's left over.
Not everyone gets a step, but yes.
Okay.
And to the point about the instructional coaches, I do agree that it's different. I don't know if you were saying it's different from our district to others, and I even think it might be different building to building, even so. And so I was hoping to maybe meet more with Dr. Gonzer, or have her also speak with those instructional coaches to see if they can get more concrete data on how many more additional hours they're putting in, when is that happening, what is it for, you know, that kind of thing, so that we can look at it and in more detail, and make a good decision on that. Because it's not that just that they're just getting another day's pay, they are having to come in that day as well. But we talked a lot about what you guys said, all of our certified staff are putting in time, you know, outside of their contract, without the ability, a lot of times, to, you know, earn compensation for that. And like you said, they have a mechanism currently, whether or not it's adequate, but they currently have a mechanism to earn 20 hours worth of additional compensation for the instructional coaches.
Now what?
Yeah.
What questions do people have? What are you curious about? Any other teams want to share a little bit of where your focus may have been, or what you struggled with, or why you didn't put in the salary adjustment? Okay. Because that seems as though it's a difference you're going to have to somehow reconcile here. Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, excuse me, the conversation we had was similar, I'm guessing, to what everyone did. It's, we kind of landed on the idea, though, that while these 200 or some employees would be super happy about that, would we create questions with the other 1,800 or 2,000 who aren't getting this treatment? And are we better served by taking all of the available funds and impacting everyone in a bigger way? Granted, it's not massive, but it's we're spending every single dollar across every available employee, rather than 200 select ones. I think was our rationale. That I would have an interest from a recruiting standpoint to do as much as we can across the salary schedule. The more we can do on the front end, I think positions the entire district better to compete. So,
Yeah, and we considered that, and like you said, it is it's a small amount. I mean, it's less than 200 or 0.2%. And the difference on the percentage on the base, and you're right, yours would go across the whole salary schedule, and we would have, about 245,000 that would be the smaller group of people. I can't anticipate right now if there would be staff asking about it, why these staff members were and others were not. My initial response would be that it had, all the staff members that it would affect had been at the same step as all of their colleagues that were, hired the same year. And when we placed them on the new schedule, that was no longer the case in such that if you had more education, a higher column, you were actually placed on a lesser step than someone. So, I mean, I don't know that there would be people that could make a case for themselves outside of these people, because
It's not
there's
gonna
a
have
specific reason why we were asking to correct their placement.
and this didn't create a specific reason for another group of people doing
Not that I can think of.
And so to paraphrase, your simple answer back to someone who had issues with this would be that there were folks that the unintended consequence of last time penalized them for their education?
Yes.
Other questions and thoughts? Isn't there a group 3 to present?
We have the same.
Oh, you
Yeah.
guys did the same. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
I missed that.
Group 2 and 3.
Would you go back over again, John? So where do you go from here, guys? I don't, it looks to me, wait, the only difference is the salary? Is the salary adjustment for the previous folks between those? Where else are the differences?
Salary step placement and the percentage.
Yeah, well, the percentages are going to be different. Can we talk a little bit about the salary step placement then?
That's what I was just talking about.
Oh, you're talking about the adjustment. I keep
Yeah.
calling it the adjustment, okay.
I tried to make a visual.
Did everybody do the same with the supplemental?
Yes.
Yeah. Does the board have knowledge of the issue that was raised last time with the salary difference now? And it's not going to be?
No, my guess,
Turn your microphone.
the question was, does the board have notice of this specific issue? And my guess is that I do think it's the kind of issue that if we explain to them what happened when we moved to the new schedule, the reasoning behind the thought process of making this adjustment for the impacted professional employees and the cost, and that it's a pretty minor difference in what we can do, I think we could get the board there if they knew it was something that, the association as a whole was in favor of, to get that move over to the new salary schedule to be more equitable overall. And again, as long as they knew that there was not going to be some big concern if, for example, classified does get that slightly more, because they might be able to fit slightly more in their schedule.
I'd feel very comfortable explaining to someone that classified may get a larger percent increase than we do. And I think that a lot of people would say, yes, please do that. Please increase the classified staff
Again,
schedule.
I want to be
So we can
careful,
fill our
but
para
I
positions.
I
just
don't know,
mean-
I haven't done that math.
No, I know. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I don't.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And that would be the case anytime there's some special consideration like that. Okay.
Are you thinking the same is true for, I was going to say, all the different pay groups?
I mean, again, it's just a formula, so the same practice that we've developed is, I assume, whoever is in charge of determining that for each, I don't know who does that for each pay group, Mike, but I assume they do the same thing. Administrators is a little more individualized, but it's still they don't get more than their pot, right? Like, in no event does any group overall get more than their pot.
Yep. So PATs, psychs, classified, and administrators are the remaining groups. They all had the same formula to get their pot of money. And so, like, school psychs are looking at a new schedule. And so theirs may be different too. Also, their steps are super expensive. So if they decide to give a step or negotiate a step, their increase won't. It would be less because their step costs more. PATs are looking at some changes too. So again, it's up to them how they spend that pot of money.
But the bottom line is that it's not changing.
You turned it off.
Good point.
Pot of money remains the same.
Right,
So-
right.
So is the group that's not accounted for an adjustment or not, didn't include the adjustment for the salary for the folks with the higher education, are you comfortable changing to that?
Yep.
Based on what you've heard and,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
yeah?
I'm not going to hold things up.
Okay.
I mean, we voiced our thoughts, so
Yep.
absolutely.
Yeah. So then it sounds like you have an economic tentative agreement then, correct?
Do we want to do thumbs on the best groups, which are 2 and 3?
Rachel, what you didn't do this time is you didn't pick
But you
team
do.
names. In the
No, we
past, I
didn't
think
pick
you've done team names,
We
yeah.
didn't do any team colors.
We're slacking.
Okay, 4.36.
All right, congratulations, that's awesome. It's real good. It's a good package.
Our last agenda item, and just before we get there, we're gonna have a lot of pieces of homework that I'm gonna start working on. They're all, again, things that I wanna be really careful on and make sure they're right. So I'm gonna be feeding them to Jill and whoever we need input on slowly but surely. So I will work on those. The next item on our agenda is just a discussion of whether we want to consider having a multi-year, specifically 2-year, agreement on terms and conditions, meaning that we would come back next spring and negotiate compensation only with an asterisk, that there could be a recommendation from the elementary PLC/calendar/professional learning subcommittee that they want us to consider. I would see no impediment to both sides agreeing to reopen the contract for that purpose. And so it does sound like there's other districts that do that. I have not dreamed up yet the language mechanism to do that, but I bet I could borrow if that's something that's been done before.
It would be a limited wage reopener,
I would
I
like
think.
to, yeah, I'm interested in it at some point, I just personally, but I would like to maybe even have a year where we're really, as the NEA reps on the team and our bargaining unit really decide, are we okay with spending 2 years without reopening some of the items that we may want to look at adjusting or noticing, right?
Can you think of any that feel a little odd in the back of your mind to not bring up every year? Or are you already thinking of maybe 1 or 2 topics that you feel like, oh, we might really need to talk about that? Or are you just thinking in general?
Just thinking in general.
Like, I was wanting to see what, like, the late resignation, the changes that we made to the late resignation, how that affects this next school year.
Could that be part of the asterisk, Rachel?
Yes,
Or
we could
any-
potentially do that.
Just double checking, MOUs and collective commitments, are they still doing what we're intending them to do?
So more of a check-in on status of things that are in progress that you've already committed to, or?
Let me think. I mean, again, I think the reason I raise these things is because just from a resources standpoint, this process and the way we do it is very, very time consuming.
Yeah.
And it has increased in time every single year. And I think my thought was, rather than try to put pressure on this team to not have as lengthy or robust of discussions, that maybe the way that we address that is by kind of going to an every other year ways on terms and conditions. But I can tell you, I know the administration is feeling like we probably spend more time than any other school district in our surrounding area does on negotiations. And I think that has garnered us really good results and really good working relationships. However, there is a cost to that because we also have to do our jobs through the spring, right? So I just know from a personal work-life balance standpoint that this is incredibly difficult on everybody who's on this team. It's a big ask, and it's, so that was where my mind was going when I thought about it, is I'd rather than kind of putting pressure to say we're only meeting this many times, or we're only meeting this many hours, or we're going to limit our number of issue statements, that maybe that was a better way to do it. But that was where like the issue originated from. Is there a way that we can rein in a little bit, basically, or have a more defined, and then also just, again, the thought of maybe having some stability, like let's try these things out, let's keep the contract how it is for a little bit. So I do think there's those other solutions out there. I just didn't raise them because I felt like that maybe came across a little more negative, right? Like, let's only do this many hours. And so that's why I threw that out there. But I do think we could also perhaps, if we don't do a multi-year P&A on terms and conditions, meet in December and talk about timeline and talk about number of issues and try and maybe get it narrowed in so it's not as, time consuming the next time around. Or alternatively, we could sit here and say, okay, for next year, these are going to be, we both are jointly noticing these handful of issues as things to discuss.
Yeah, I don't know that I would feel prepared to do that right now. To say, like, these are the things I'm wanting to discuss for
next year.
Yeah. But I do understand. I think that, like you said, it wouldn't even have to be December. It could even be sooner than that. I mean, if we decide and, like you said, have a more narrow focus. Because, it is time consuming, I agree. I am always worried that, like, there might be something that I'm missing, or I need to go back through and just look again and say, oh, wait, this maybe does need to be addressed, and we do need to bring it up, language-wise.
I think from a district perspective, we are 100% on board with having this dialogue all year long.
Right.
I think our question would be, and I'm not speaking for Rachel or for the board, I guess I'm speaking for myself. I think there's some mechanisms with your meetings with the superintendent or access to HR, any of us, right, where we can have discussions around anything that comes up, but they don't necessarily need to be talked about at this table in this formal setting.
Yeah.
And I would, we're getting close to negotiating all year long, right? Where we've got things scheduled all year long. I would like a break. So.
Yeah, and those conversations are happening, with HR, with the directors, with the associate superintendent and the superintendent. And there are times when it's like, well, we can't do that because of this language. And so if that were to happen, that's when I'm like, oh, okay, well then maybe that's something that needs to be noticed, right? So it's not that I'm against a multi-year. I actually, when I was at a leadership training in October, talked to lots of people around the nation that have multi-year agreements, and I thought I was actually bringing it up to you at one point. So, yeah.
And maybe what we need to do is, I don't know, maybe a better way to do it would be to meet and confer prior to noticing issues so that we can maybe have, like, hey, we think we've got around this many issues this year. We can say, okay, we can match that. Because just a caveat of IBB versus the Negotiations Act is that it was predefined, right? You've got 3, we've got 3, that's it, right? And so now we're kind of, IBB doesn't put a limit like that, and we have a lot of things that are just discussion issues, a lot of things that don't change P&A language. And I think that's good. I think it moves our district forward, but I think we've really kind of ballooned out, and maybe, again, in some things it feels like, for example, like this cell phone issue, it is something that I think could have easily been worked on, is now being worked on outside of negotiations, because obviously our discipline code's not negotiable anyway. Our student handbooks aren't negotiable items, but it is something that, because it's been raised here, it's being worked on. And I hate that it's something that like, well, we never had time to get to. And so I think if we just had, again, fewer issues, or we met and conferred and said, okay, like, we really think we're gonna have this many this year. And then we can sort of make sure we have around the same number of issues or something.
Or even if we looked at what issues we were bringing up and said, possibly these 3 could be addressed with discussions that were not
Here.
with this body
Yep.
to shorten the number.
Yep. Because there's limitations as to what we can do here too. I mean, I can contribute almost nothing about like day-to-day stuff and what things look like. And we often, I feel like we're calling in these people from the outside, you know, who are our subject matter experts. And I think if we're not going to do that, then we'd definitely be interested in just, again, making sure we meet and get organized so that we can just, be more efficient and try and say what's for this room and what's for maybe working in the background.
Right.
And again, that's the only reason I raised, I mean, I understand the need to have the ability to bring those things forward, but I didn't want to, I just was concerned that if I said, let's try and rein it in a little bit, that might be perceived as not wanting to have robust discussions.
Right.
And that's not it. So, I don't know, I did mention, I know that Dr. Stubblefield is working on this issue, NEA-Shawnee Mission 7, with regard to cell phone usage. So that's something that is being worked on. It's a tricky issue, but it is being worked on. So I think that's gonna be what, handbook language? If I'm correct, yeah. So we'll have that.
The only other thing that I'm seeing that we don't have on the agenda is SMSD 6, saving for retirement. Do we have a update on that? Was that in the
We did that last time.
benefits committee?
Yeah, I talked about it briefly, that we wanted to table that until we got done with the single vendor conversation. And I guess I can probably give an update on that. Benefits committee did meet, and we're progressing with the RFP. And so we'll have interviews with some vendors in the future to select a single vendor.
Yep. I did get the MOU regarding 5 out of 7 and special education teacher workload and a placeholder item on the, agenda for the May 22nd board meeting. So I'm going to send a final Jill for you to look over without the dates highlighted. And then you can sign it back to me and I'll attach it to the board meeting agenda. And then I'll start working on all the joint statement and the TAs and
Yeah, that's a lot.
what would be the timeline for ratification?
I mean, if we're still under contract till next week, we can, but I mean, last time, I think we talked extensively about what it would look like so that they would know exactly what the changes were before they voted. And typically we have a open meeting for anyone to come and ask questions of our NEA reps, so we can adequately describe what this change means and what this change is doing. And
Okay.
so,
Do you have a date that you're planning on ratification or having that meeting?
no, I don't.
That's totally okay. We don't need.
I mean, I know that we still have, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's a flexible location work day, and Thursday's the flex day. But,
Do you vote in person, Jill?
no, we don't. But we usually do offer, I guess we wouldn't have to have an in-person meeting where people could come. We could have a virtual one. It feels tight to try to do it before we leave. I don't think it's impossible. It would be put pressure on you as well, because wouldn't you need to have all the TAs and MOUs ready?
I'm going to do that today and tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. And what I usually do is I have the list of the bargaining unit, and I can just make sure I get it as updated as possible. And I what the IT guys say is as long as I send an email that has less than 500 or less recipients, then I do them in groups, and I send them a link to vote, and it's through a site that only allows you one vote per, it's a specialized link for each individual person, so that doesn't take a long time to send it out, but before we send it out, we like to make sure we have education so that everyone knows, you know.
So if you didn't do it by the end of this contract year, you would do it beginning of next?
Yeah, in the past, we even did it where we opened the ratification vote even before the first day that teachers reported. Like, we might have even opened it July 31 or something and left it open, you know, for a while.
Do you lose anything doing it then versus now, or from the district's perspective? Is there a benefit from having it done now versus?
It could impact payroll if it goes into next school year.
Yeah, Russ always likes to have it as soon as possible because he has groups that are, like counselors, they start their school year earlier than we do.
Counselors, classified administrators.
So he has to retro.
Yeah, so there's more of a.
I think the board would have to
manual.
wrestle with whether or not they're going to move forward with raises for those other groups prior to ratification.
Oh, that holds them up a little bit. Is it possible, looking at a calendar, to do your education and electronic vote?
I think it's possible,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you think it's a good possibility?
Hold on, let me just look at my calendar real quick.
Your worst case scenario would be if everything went duly noted through the board meeting on Monday. I mean, it could be a possible Wednesday vote. If you've got communication, I get that you've got to talk with them, answer questions and things
Yeah.
like that.
I'd almost rather have a Tuesday vote because people are still in buildings.
Correct. I don't disagree with you, but I was trying to give you the ample amount of time before official contracts were over.
Yeah, I would have, let's see. If we're doing an in-person thing, like where we have, I just don't know that I could actually have an in-person information meeting. It would need to be virtual. So I'm trying to look at when we could do that.
Like building rep meetings on Monday, and if you open your Zoom, give your building reps a Zoom link to do at 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon. Or, middle and high, or middle and elementary might have to do earlier, because that's 4 o'clock is pretty late for them.
Yeah, like have the information meeting on Monday and then have the vote on Tuesday. And I could even record it, because I've recorded my Zooms before and then shared the link so people could watch it later that night.
Members could share between now and the end of the week questions with their building rep, which would at that time be brought up on Monday. And then at that point, it could be a possibility for a vote on Tuesday for ratification.
Right, yeah. And I assume we'll have a joint statement tomorrow, so after that was out, I could make sure to email all the building reps and just say, if you have questions, if you're hearing people have questions, start sending them my way.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. We could, I just have to ask Grandma to pick up the kids on Monday.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Which is fine, she does it all the time. She's doing it right now, actually.
And I would think, I'd hope it could be ratified, but I think the bigger piece is, like I said, I think it impacts other groups.
It does, yeah.
And I think it's also nice to have it clean and finished before summer. I think everybody feels better about that.
I don't know, when's the last time that's ever happened?
Well, Jill,
Let's set a precedent.
And
moving
for the
forward.
association leaders, is it fair to say that would be your plan? If tomorrow someone wakes up and says, wait a minute, we can't do that because, just give Jill, or give Rachel notice?
I mean, we've obviously done it before, like, we can figure it out, I think, in an ideal world. I mean, I'm
You can
gonna
make that
work
commitment
right now
today?
and start getting this stuff done and getting it to you. As soon as the joint statement's done, it's gonna have everything linked in it, and then it's just putting together that summer negotiations that has every single thing linked.
Right.
And I should be able to get that all done tomorrow.
We can get Russ and Allison on the salary schedule, supplemental schedule, the new one.
And
But
so,
if we won't have anything that causes us, but if your, education piece, if that gets you held up, just let us know.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because, Mike, because you were saying, we want Russ and Allison to make the new one.
Right, so
For
that you
both
could
of
share it
those.
very
Yes.
clearly with the membership.
Right.
And
So-
I think he's traditionally put together like what would be the average total comp with the 4.36 and the step and the column.
And now that all our steps are the same percent increase, every step is 1.25.
that's right.
We can just, I mean, right now I could just tell you it's
5.61.
6.1. Yeah,
I think he figures in like what is our typical column too, so.
because, yeah, if you get a column, it will be more than that.
So is there a commitment to try to ratify it in this Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about, does it make sense, you're going to need to know when you ratify it what the duration of your agreement is. And I don't think you've decided
Unless you
yet.
have a consensus, it'll have to be 1 year.
Yeah, I would like to go with 1 year, but I'm open to looking at a multi-year for future.
I would want very specific things around a multi-year, so.
What do you mean by that?
Like, just specific parameters if we're going to do a multi-year. Like, again, just so that we have a very clear understanding, kind of like what Rachel was saying.
Like, we open it up for what? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
Right, it would be
when
called an
we-
economic reopener, and you
Right.
cover anything that costs money. And then if you had the asterisk that said, we're going to cover economics, anything that costs money next year, instead of opening the whole contract, except we will open the MOU if we decide together. And then what Rachel's saying is, are there other items that asterisk could represent that you will open if you decide together? So that's probably what you're talking about in terms of very specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's common.
Because I
It's
also-
common. It's uncommon to have one-year agreements.
Right. But
Only
I also
education and
appreciate
only
the-
in Kansas.
We've got a lot of those.
Oh, yeah,
Things
oh, yeah.
that only happen here. But I don't know. I appreciate the open communication that this allows, just
Well,
staff
yeah.
members.
And I'm just going to give third-party perspective. I'm going to say it. Some folks need to help Rachel take some stuff off her plate. It's a heavy lift for Rachel, and it's a heavy lift for Jill. You know?
And it's for everyone who's coming in during,
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
here is supposed to be somewhere else.
And then add on top of it the commitments you all make to do the homework outside of here.
I've not seen my family a lot this spring. I'm just gonna say that, because everything has to be done outside of,
And not that everyone's not making a commitment. I'm just saying, let's spread the work then. If you're
And
going to be back every year, you got to figure out how to spread the work. a
again,
little
this is, I just want to emphasize, this is a way, way, way better process. It's just that we have seen the overall, I mean, we have 10 people in this room times the number of hours. That's district resources being spent. I think they're being spent well, but I think I've seen, I have personally felt the creep of more and more and more time every single year. And I'd like to have a way that we kind of rein it into a defined time commitment that we're both willing to give without, again, I just don't want it to be perceived that I don't want to spend time or I don't think it's valuable time, because I do. I just need some boundaries on it in some way or the other.
Well, you all do really quality work. You dig deep when you take on issues, and that's time consuming. It just really is. You're not just sort of going through the motions. You're really doing the work.
Yeah.
So.
And it's work too, I mean, and I'm sure you guys have this, but it's like the mental load of thinking through, how are you gonna solve all these problems? How are we gonna do this? I feel like when we're in negotiations mode, I feel like I'm just thinking about it in the background constantly, right? Like, how can we solve this problem? What are other possible solutions? And again, I think that ends in the best possible result, but it is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of time.
And the core committee that's been on IBB now for your third cycle, and prior to that, fourth, and we're doing traditional before that. I mean, I think all the people that are here are important and need to be around this table. I know the turnover, I think, is helpful so that more people are engaged, fresh eyes and everything, but I think the folks that have been doing it sort of year after year now, going on 4 years, I think that's where you're feeling a little more pressure than others in terms of the work commitment.
Right, and there's some of us, myself, Jill, Dr. Shu, I mean, we're always gonna be on this, right? So other people do have that ability to say, like our principals, I think I shared with Jill, like we're asking them to do a 2-year commitment so that they can take their knowledge of the IBB process into the next year, but I can't ask Dr. Dane to do this every single year. I mean, I can because he has to do what I tell him to.
He's so nice
but-
about it.
Just joking. So, okay, anything else?
Just, you were saying on that last
Yes.
thing, that you believe there's,
There is.
not language, but like a handbook? Something that you put in the handbook? Okay.
And please get with Dr. Stubblefield on
Great.
that. It's something he's been working on. not an easy,
No.
as you can imagine, it's not easy, but it's gonna be framework that building leaders and professional employees can rely on. Basically, like, these are our standards for cell phone usage in classrooms, right? And if I remember correctly, I don't wanna like state incorrectly, I think we looked at elementary draft and it was basically, you shouldn't have cell phones. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what it was, but there's gonna be.
Starting rumors there, Rachel.
I don't know. During instructional time, just to be clear, like instructional time is the focus, not the school building, because there's no stopping that.
Okay,
Okay, so I'll ask him.
okay, well, is there anything else? Anything else? Congratulations on being done with your contract for this year.
Thanks.
Y'all always do such great
Earlier
work.
than ever.
And someone has placed a bunch of cupcakes up here.
Yeah. I don't know where they came from. That's great news. All right, thanks, Jordan.
Thank you, Jordan. Look,